Chapter 300. Inside Ding Jiu's battleship. The transcendents of the Xia clan were silent. All of them stared blankly at the spear-wielding, white-robed teenager, floating in midair outside the cabin wall. Snow Eagle. He actually. This was an unbelievable feat. All the transcendents of the Xia people were about to go crazy from anxiety. But now, Dongbua Shuang had only used a single spear to break the stalemate. This caused the darkness that shrouded the heads of the Xia people to be torn apart. Previously, all the transcendents were filled with anxiety. Now, they were filled with relief, excitement, and light. However, this feeling was very illusory and light. Yes, it was too illusory. The transcendents of the Xia people could not believe their eyes. This was real. Oh my God, this. I'm not seeing things right, am I? The Grand Elder Palace had blinked his eyes. The usually domineering Grand Elder Palace head was so excited that he had lost his composure. One move to kill that silver man? This is too unbelievable. Snow Eagle did not even have a divine equipment. One move to kill him. That silver man with incomparably strong demonic body could not even withstand a single move. This is definitely the strength of a god. All of them were stunned. This scene was even more shocking than when the lords of Ulan had easily broken through the black-white deity mountain and crushed Feng Dong to death. The palm of the lords of Ulan was a special divine equipment, and he had a strong demonic body. But what about Dongbua Shuang? Dongbua Shuang's body was only at the middle stage of the martial saint level. He did not have any do qi. The only thing he could rely on other than the spear that did not even have runes was his true meaning. Just by relying on his true meaning, the strength he could unleash had already reached the god level. Palace, Lord Chen's voice was trembling. This is too unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this is real. Mountain Lord, he was also excited. In the history of our Xia people, such a thing has never happened before. It's too unimaginable. He was poisoned by the voodoo poison. The strength that Dongbua Shuang had displayed previously was already very shocking. However, the Xia people were still able to accept it very quickly. After all, Dongbua Shuang was already very shocking 100 years ago. Even after 100 years of torture, he was still able to make a breakthrough and improve his strength greatly. It was understandable that he was able to reach the level of an era suppressor, but now they couldn't imagine it. The strength that Dongbua Shuang had displayed was beyond their imagination. They had clearly seen the defense of General Ku Meng's body. It was an extremely terrifying and heaven-defying devil physique. But it was such a devil physique that had been completely annihilated in just a single move. Not even dozens or hundreds of moves. The terrifying life force contained within the demonic body was completely annihilated in a single move. He's definitely a deity. Qiu Qi Bai was also incomparably excited. Not only has his strength reached the deity realm, but his laws of profound mysteries are also at the deity realm. Purely reaching the deity realm in terms of strength was nothing. Si Kongyang relied on the 9-dragon fire deity armor to reach the deity realm, but his laws of profound mysteries were far too lacking. General Ku Meng and Nua and had grade 3 deity hearts, which could be considered the realm when a deity had just broken through. However, if they were to fight against a deity, they would still be crushed, because deities other than realms also had deity power, deity domain, and many other aspects. I even believe that if Snow Eagle were to fight against a newly ascended deity, there wouldn't be much of a difference. Qiu Qi Bai said confidently. Right. Mountain Lord, he nodded. In the history of our Xia people, there are very, very few people who became deities with a low-grade true deity heart. Usually it was a grade 3 true deity heart that finally became a deity. Grade 3 deity heart, that's the realm of Nua and Silverman. But Snow Eagle's spear technique just now, in terms of realm, is clearly higher than Silverman's. In other words, compared to an ordinary newly ascended deity, Snow Eagle probably has an advantage in terms of realm. It's just that he doesn't have deity power or deity domain. He can only rely on his realm and barely fight to a standstill. Mountain Lord, he concluded, killing Silverman in one strike. They all firmly believed that this was definitely the strength of a deity. The lords of Ulan had previously displayed strength comparable to a deity, and now Snow Eagle had also displayed such strength. But the spear technique that Snow Eagle displayed earlier clearly wasn't this strong. How could it suddenly increase by so much? Even if he broke through in realm, it should be a gradual breakthrough. There's no reason for it to increase by so much. Grand Elder Palace head didn't dare to believe it. For example, from the peak of the second stage to the third stage, one strength would increase, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Previously, he couldn't even injure General Ku Meng with a single spear strike, and then directly killed him with a single spear strike. This increase was too much. It was so much that they felt it to be an illusion. Haha! Snow Eagle is the transcendent with the highest talent in the history of our Xia people. How many peak transcendents have you all seen? That General Yulan, that Wu Ma Hai, that Bloodshed Tavern's Persei, all of them are peak demigods chosen from the deity world and the dark abyss. All of them are incomparably tyrannical. Can you all imagine it before? Furthermore, according to the legends, there are heaven-defying transcendents with grade 1 true meanings. I'm afraid that they are even more powerful. Who knows, they might even be able to easily kill deities at the demigod realm. Palace, Lord Chin laughed. These are all things that we have never seen before. We are, after all, transcendents of the mortal world. The things we have seen are too few. Amen. The transcendents present all nodded. As for the 4 teams watching from the side, the shock they received was not light at all. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? An illusion? The team from the Temple of the Earth God were all stunned. Bo did not dare believe it. With this kind of power, he killed that silver man with a single spear. If he killed me, wouldn't he also need a single spear? This attack is too terrifying. The tall and skinny man, Bahan, also felt a chill in his heart. He is definitely comparable to a deity. He has reached the deity realm. Wu Ma Hai's eyes narrowed. Even though he did not want to admit it, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The power displayed by this Dongbua Shui Ing was already on the same level as him. This was the level of a deity. Only peak demigods like them could match up to this level, and this Dongbua Shui Ing had also reached it. Damn, Wu Ma Hai muttered. The world deity who had sent him down had paid a terrifying price to send Wu Ma Hai down. There was once a Dongbua Shui Ing whose power was on par with him, who wanted to join his team. But he actually chased away such an expert? The other teams only had a single deity. If their team had 2 deities, it would be a qualitative change. With the 2 of them working together, their chances of dealing with danger would greatly increase. It was a pity that they had missed this opportunity. Young Master Wu Ma Hai, did you see it clearly? How did his power increase by so much? Bahan could not help but ask. Wu Ma Hai shook his head and did not say anything. This is crazy. Yet another native has erupted. Within the Maishan Master's team, a white-robed young lady cried out in shock. A sickly invalid can erupt with such terrifying power. They, the temporal temples, reincarnators, had traversed countless worlds. Occasionally, they would hear of a terrifying transcendent appearing in a certain mortal world. But now, in the Xia people's world, they had met such an existence. So strong. Third brother, did you see it clearly? How could he be so strong? The black-robed male asked. I don't dare to confirm. The Maishan Master stared at the distant Dongbua, swaying without blinking. I don't dare to believe it, but when he displays it again, I should be able to confirm it. Could it be? The golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, also widened his eyes. As well-known figures amongst the temporal temple's reincarnators, their horizons were much wider and they had much more experience. Even if they hadn't met such a person, they would have heard of it. Thus, when Dongbo Shui Ing displayed that spear, Ken Huang also thought of a legend. Impossible. He must be crazy. Ken Huang did not dare to believe it. Let's continue watching. The martial emperor and Ken Huang had guessed at the moment they saw it, but they did not dare to believe it. As for Persei, Wumahai, and the lords of Ulan, although they came from the deity world and the dark abyss, their horizons were still not bad. However, they could still think of a few possibilities. Regardless of which possibility it was, they were all extremely terrifying. In midair, Dongbo Shui Ing and the lords of Ulan were facing each other. Killed Nua Nua and kill Kumeng. The lords of Ulan's killing intent began to rise, and their eyes faintly glowed with a golden light. Do you think that you can kill me? I was able to become a lord because I possess strength comparable to a demonic god. Do you think that you can kill a demonic god? Chapter 301. Your body is much stronger than Kumeng's? Dongbo Shui Ing stared at the lords of Ulan. If I can kill him with a single spear, I can kill you too. Although General Kumeng's demonic body is powerful compared to mine? Humph. Lord Yulan hadn't even finished half of his sentence when both of his palms suddenly blasted out without any warning. His arms abruptly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, the two black arms had already reached Shui Ing. His enormous palms were covered in golden seals, and his fingers were even more so surrounded by circles of golden seals. The pair of huge palms directly struck Dongbo Shui Ying's body. Whoosh! Dongbo Shui Ying's body dissipated, but it was only an afterimage left behind by his body. Boom, boom! Although the pair of huge palms stopped abruptly, the resulting airflow was compressed into two streams of light, which crashed into the ground in the distance, causing two huge pits to appear on the ground. It's the Mirage realm again. The lords of Ulan frowned. His swarthy face was filled with anger. He carefully observed his surroundings. At the same time, other than his own body, the flow of time in the surrounding area had become very slow. Dongbo Shui Ying's spear technique is very terrifying. Even General Kumeng's body was destroyed in a single strike. Before I came here, although I received the help of the great demon god to perfect my demonic body, I'm slightly stronger than Kumeng's. However, if I were to face such a terrifying attack head-on, even if I don't die, I'm afraid that I'll be injured, the lords of Ulan thought. His demonic body was indeed strong, but he was not confident that he could face that terrifying spear technique head-on. Therefore, he had to defend against it. We must defend against it. We must. We must. The lords of Ulan focused all of their attention, sensing their surroundings. They did not even dare to relax. They had to maintain the fastest reaction speed possible. Because Dongbo Shui Ying's spear had pierced out from the Mirage realm, its attack speed was extremely fast. If they were slightly careless, the spear would probably pierce their bodies. Like Nua Nuan, like General Kumeng. Although they had the help of the lords of Ulan, Nua Nuan and General Kumeng's bodies had been pierced by the spear. This was because Dongbo Shui Ying's spear was too fast and the distance between them was very short. Of course, no matter how short it was impossible for it to directly pierce the enemy's body. It was just like in the Mirage. Although it reflected reality, if there was a mask on one's face, Dongbo Shui Ing would not be able to see the appearance of others. From the Mirage to the real world, one could only enter the normal area. For example, if a transcendent could fly in the sky, swim in the water, or travel underground, then a weapon could directly enter the sky or underground from the Mirage. But to kill someone, the weapon had to be stabbed into the enemy's body. If he wanted to come out of the Mirage, he would have to stab it as well. Extreme piercing was also a grade 2 true meaning. Furthermore, it was an extremely offensive true meaning. It also needed to penetrate the enemy's body. During the process of penetration, the enemy would be able to sense and block it. The gun appeared very quickly, and the distance was very short. Nua Nua and Kumeng and the others were all hit. I have to block it. The lords of Ulan acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Right here. The eyes of the lords of Ulan shone with a golden light. He abruptly turned his head to look behind him. He could sense a terrifying force entering the real world from the mirage. Bang! A spear that looked like a flowing cloud of fire appeared from the void. By the time it appeared, it was already behind the lords of Ulan. However, the moment it appeared, the lords of Ulan had already turned around and retreated. At the same time, he waved his palm. This spear, it was still emitting a terrifying undulation of the laws of profound mysteries. It was as if an enormous star had suddenly expanded, emitting a dazzling radiance. Following that, it rapidly contracted, converging into a single point. It was as if it was the beginning of everything, and as if it was the end of everything. Under the intense entanglement of the true meaning of time deceleration, its speed had been reduced by half. However, its might and profound mysteries did not decrease in the slightest. Amen. Countless golden seals appeared on the palm of the lords of Ulan. As he waved his palm, his expression suddenly changed. He could feel that this spear was like a terrifying whirlpool. It had an extremely shocking gravitational force. When his palm art immediately changed, PFFF, the spear pierced out at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the gravitational force of the whirlpool turned into a repulsive force. It seemed as if it was very difficult to even get close to this spear. The sudden change in the gravitational force and repulsive force caused his palm art to fluctuate slightly. One had to know that an instantaneous change in an extremely close distance was very fatal. Split. The 5 fingers of the lords of Ulan suddenly expanded. It was a close call, and 2 of the fingers directly blocked the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear pierced the fingers. The lords of Ulan immediately flicked their fingers. The tip of their fingers had a faint golden light, and the space immediately collapsed and shattered. The lords of Ulan directly tapped on the tip of the spear. This sudden flick of the fingers might be slightly weaker than General Kumeng's full power, but in reality, the threat of the attack was much greater. Because the laws of profound mysteries were more mysterious, the weakening effect when it passed through the mirage was relatively lesser. Swish! The spear retracted and disappeared into the void. Just a little bit more. I didn't expect this spear to have such a terrifying gravitational force. This gravitational force is practically comparable to a stage 3 pinnacle true meaning of gravity. The lords of Ulan felt some lingering fear. It really is. The Maishan master and the golden-robed man Ken Huang from the other team felt endless waves surging in their hearts. The spear appeared time and time again from the void. The lords of Ulan's heart was as calm as still water. They focused all of their attention on sensing. Every time, they could feel the undulations and would immediately defend with all their might. Since he already knew the gravitational force of this spear, he was able to block it every time. He even tried his best to counterattack. However, after being weakened by the spear and the mirage, the threat it posed to Dongbo Shueing was much lower. At most, his palm would feel slightly numb. Third brother, you saw through it? The black-robed man and the white-robed lady looked towards the Maishan master. The Maishan master nodded lightly as he watched the intense battle from afar. The lords of Ulan were currently fighting against a spear that pierced out from the void. I saw through it. The Maishan master's heart trembled. His gaze was complicated. Brother Martial Emperor, what's the reason? The white-robed lady asked. Secret skill. The Maishan master transmitted. Ah. The black-robed man and the white-robed lady were incomparably shocked. They were both members of the Temporal Temple. Naturally, they knew what a secret skill meant. It was the exact opposite of a secret art. Secret skill? The golden-robed man, Ken Huang, muttered to himself, "This is madness." In a mortal world, a human who has cultivated for close to 200 years and has been tortured by the voodoo poison actually has a secret skill? Furthermore, it's a secret skill that contains two different true meanings. Although Wuma Hai and Persei couldn't see through it at the start, as Dongbua Shueing fought against the lords of Ulan time and time again, they were able to see through it. Secret skill. Wuma Hai and Persei were certain of it. However, this result caused them to feel extremely upset. Was it because of jealousy? What was a secret skill? Simply put, a secret skill was a secret combat technique. Secret skill, it was a special application of the laws of profound mysteries. Normally, when one fought using the laws of profound mysteries, the application would be very crude and direct. For example, the secret skill that Dongbua Shueing had learned, magic dragon power, was to fuse the magic dragon divine seal into one's body, allowing one's body to evolve and become stronger. The magic dragon divine seal contained the profound mysteries of the heavens and earth. It was very ordinary, but it formed an extremely complicated divine seal. Furthermore, it could produce miraculous effects. This was a type of application, a special application. The Xia people had many secret skills. For example, Do Qi type secret skills and body type secret skills. All of these could be learned because they were formed from divine seals. They were fixed and unchanging. Therefore, as long as one learned them, they could use them in the same way. It could allow one's body to evolve, or allow one's Do Qi to be used more efficiently. However, secret combat techniques were different. Battles were constantly changing. The secret battle tactics used during a battle were not the same divine seals that were unchanging. Instead, it was a type of secret skill that was constantly changing. Because it was constantly changing, it was an extremely complicated combination of many profound mysteries. Without a fixed divine seal, there was no way to learn it. It had long been acknowledged. Secret combat techniques had to be created by oneself. Even the powerful existences of the deity world were unable to teach their disciples. Therefore, secret techniques were divided into two categories. The first category, which could be taught and learned, was a regular secret technique. What the Xia people could learn and what the deity world could learn all belonged to this category. The commonly mentioned secret techniques were of this category. The second category, which could only be created by oneself, was a secret combat technique. For the sake of differentiation, it was also called a secret skill. Secret skills, the same profound mysteries of the laws, could be used explosively in power. According to the legends of the temporal temple, the Maishan master watched from afar. Out of 10,000 transcendents with a grade 2 true meaning, only one would be able to create a secret skill. There were very few transcendents with a grade 2 true meaning. Before Dongbua Shueing's era, the Xia people had more than 10,000 transcendents with grade 3 true meanings, but only one with a grade 2 true meaning. But if one were to look at the entire material world, the billions of mortal worlds, the deity world, and the dark abyss, every era would have a large number of transcendents with grade 2 true meanings. A grade 2 true meaning could only be said to be a legend in the mortal world. Only a grade 1 true meaning was a legend even in the deity world and dark abyss. A transcendent with a grade 1 true meaning is a legend among legends. In the billions of worlds, even in the deity world and dark abyss, they are legends. It is very difficult to even see one. As for a genius who creates a secret skill, even though it is rare, I have at least seen one in the temporal temple. The Maishan master side, I can be considered to be not bad, but compared to a transcendent who creates a secret skill, I am still lacking. On the other side, Persei shook his head, a secret skill created by himself. If his true meaning could reach the stage 3 realm, with this secret skill, he would be able to kill deities. Such an existence would probably not be willing to send him to Crimson Rock Mountain. Even if he was willing, the the price of transporting him would be ridiculously high. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chapter 302. This monster. His secret skill even fused two true meanings into one. The golden-robed teenager, Ken Huang, shook his head. Otherwise, its power wouldn't be so exaggerated. The Lords of Ulan has grasped two true meanings. The Temple of the Earth Gods team, Wuma Hai, watched from afar and whispered, and both of his grade 2 true meanings have reached the peak of the stage 3 realm. His demonic body is comparable to a deity, and he even has a deity weapon. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Dongbua Shui Ying's secret skill is too powerful. That secret skill of his is purely offensive, and its power should be comparable to the peak of the stage 3 realm of extreme piercing. Wu Ma Hai could see it. Dongbua Shui Ying did not have any qi or deity weapon. He only relied on the power of his true meanings. Furthermore, that spear technique was purely destructive. Everything in the world turned into an extreme point to attack. Compared to the Lords of Ulan, it was only slightly weaker. One had to know that the Lords of Ulan had a deity weapon and a demonic body. What a powerful secret skill! His comprehension of the realm isn't bad. With this secret skill, he is completely on par with us. They were the apex demigods. Maishan Master, Persei, Ken Huang, Wuma Hai, and the Lords of Ulan, all of them were at the peak of the stage 3 realm of a grade 2 true meaning. It was impossible for them to condense a grade 2 deity heart, because the moment they condensed a grade 2 deity heart, they could easily become a deity. If they could become a deity, they would have done so long ago. Who would be willing to gamble their lives in Crimson Rock Mountain? It was extremely difficult to become a deity with a grade 5 or grade 4 deity heart. A grade 3 deity heart was harder, but a grade 2 deity heart would definitely allow one to become a deity. As for the legendary grade 1 deity heart, that was even more unfathomable and frightening. Actually, a grade 1 true meaning was too rare. From grade 4 true meanings to grade 3 true meanings, a single grade 3 true meaning would appear out of tens of grade 4 true meanings. From a grade 3 true meaning to a grade 2 true meaning, out of tens of thousands of grade 3 true meanings, a single grade 2 true meaning would be considered a legend. From a grade 2 true meaning to a grade 1 true meaning, out of a million grade 2 true meanings, it would be hard to find a single grade 1 true meaning. The birth of a grade 1 true meaning could not be calculated using probability. The birth of every grade 1 true meaning was a miracle. In fact, its birth was even more difficult than a grade 1 deity heart. Why? This was because after one became a god, for example, with a grade 2 deity heart, one could still spend a long period of time to cultivate and evolve a grade 2 deity heart into a grade 1 deity heart. Thus, being able to comprehend a grade 1 true meaning at the transcendent realm was an extremely amazing feat. So, once a genius with a grade 1 true meaning was born, with their comprehension abilities, condensing a deity heart would be a piece of cake. Even if they died prematurely, the major powers of the god world would try their best to preserve their souls and reconstruct their bodies so that they could continue living. In short, anyone with a grade 1 true meaning would treat it as a treasure. At the same time, their enemies would also think of ways to eliminate them as soon as possible. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, the existence of a grade 1 true meaning would usually be kept a secret. Even the temporal temple had been requested by the various powers to set an agreement, so as to prevent the temporal temple from becoming too powerful. This battle has come to an end, Persei said with a smile as he watched from afar. Dongbua Shui Ying and the Lords of Ulan are in a stalemate. What if the Lords of Ulan continue to threaten the Xia people by slaughtering countless humans? The old man with a goatee asked. Don't worry. He needs to be fully focused to defend against Dongbua Shui Ying's spear techniques. He doesn't dare to be distracted. He shouldn't take the risk of slaughtering countless humans, Persei said. Even if he were to slaughter those mortals, he wouldn't need to be distracted, right? The old man with a goatee continued muttering. Even if he were to do so, as a teammate of Dongbua Shuang, I would still act. If I were to work together with Dongbua Shuang, the lords of Ulan could only flee in panic. If they didn't flee, they would definitely die. Percy, I said. Previously, before Dongbua Shuang revealed his secret technique, he would only be able to match up to Yulan. But now that Dongbua Shuang had revealed his secret technique, it would be a different story if he were to act now. Within the Mirage world, Dongbua Shuang looked at the black-skinned youth who was wrapped in a white cloth. He frowned. This Lords of Ulan is too strong. The true meaning ripples emanating from his body are unstoppable. Previously, my fantasy domain was unable to get close to him. I removed it, but he was still emitting true meaning ripples, preventing my Mirage doppelgangers from getting close. Currently, he could control 9 Mirage doppelgangers. During battle, he could transform into 10 spears and attack at the same time. The other 9 spears were controlled by the Mirage doppelgangers. It was a pity that the Mirage doppelgangers were too weak. The true meaning of Mirage was inherently weak, and the 9 Mirage doppelgangers barely had the strength of a veteran demigod. With such strength, the spears would not even be able to get close to the Lords of Ulan. They would not be able to confuse him at all. Even if the Mirage doppelgangers were formed around the Lords of Ulan, they would be destroyed by the opponent's true meaning ripples. Other methods are useless. Who would have thought that the star meteor annihilation that I spent over 100 years to comprehend would not be able to kill him? It seems like I can only make a final gamble. Dongbua Shuang frowned. Back then, he had been poisoned by the voodoo poison. Unable to fully comprehend the true meaning, he had focused on pursuing spear arts. He had even unknowingly started to fuse the true meaning of star and the profound mysteries of extreme piercing together. Because his lifespan was not long and he had been tortured day and night, Dongbua Shuang no longer had any worries. He had focused on pursuing the peak of spear arts in his heart. Who cared about the profound mysteries? The stronger the spear art, the better the spear art. Thus, the star meteor annihilation was gradually formed. He had never even heard of this secret technique before. However, this star meteor annihilation was indeed his greatest achievement in the past 100 years. Furthermore, as his true meaning of star and extreme piercing improved, this secret technique would continue to improve. Palace Lord Qin, Dongbua Shuang said. His voice was transmitted through the Mirage doppelgangers into Ding Jiu's battleship. Snow Eagle. The group of Xia people's demigods in the battleship were all excited. The Xia people had actually given birth to such a powerful transcendent. Palace Lord Qin, I want to make a final gamble. Thus, I hope that you guys can help me. I heard that Ding Jiu's battleship released an attack previously, and it almost hit the Lords of Ulan. I hope to make another attack. The price might not be small, but I feel that it should be worth it. Dongbua Shuang's voice rang out from within Ding Jiu's battleship. Isn't it just a deity crystal? That's equivalent to a deity grade scroll. It's nothing. The Xia people were all very carefree. Previously, when they had saved Dongbua Shuang, they had wasted quite a few of them. They were still willing to part with a deity crystal. If not for Dongbua Shuang, they might not have been able to win even if they had spent tens of deity crystals. All right, look for an opportunity. When I attack the Lords of Ulan, give him a blow. Dongbua Shuang looked at the stellar fire cloud spear in his hands. The tip of the spear had a smear of red on it. The Lords of Ulan stood in midair, carefully sensing their surroundings. Waves of true meaning swept out in all directions, causing the flow of time to slow down. Since I've been forced to this extent by Dongbua Shuang, even if you can't kill me, I'll still make you regret it. The Lords of Ulan glanced at the 4 teams in the distance. Seeing me suffer a setback, I reckon that one of the 4 teams will make a move. Even so, I'd rather waste a deity grade scroll to let the Xia people know the price of disobeying me. Having climbed up step by step from the dark abyss, the lords of Ulan were people who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This time, he had brought 5 deity grade scrolls with him. However, the cost of transporting them was too high. With only 5 scrolls, he wanted to get another 30 from the Xia people. Then he would have a much higher chance of success at Crimson Rock Mountain. If I have a fortuitous encounter at Crimson Rock Mountain and condense a grade 2 deity heart and become a demonic god, I'll definitely make the Xia people pay the price. The lords of Ulan gritted their teeth. He had 2 grade, 2 true meanings. Both were at the peak of the stage 3 realm. In terms of power, he was much stronger than Nua Nua and General Kumeng. In terms of laws of profound mysteries, he was similarly more profound. The difference in power and laws of profound mysteries allowed the lords of Ulan to have an overwhelming advantage over them. Furthermore, he had 2 grade, 2 true meanings complementing each other. Hong, the lords of Ulan blocked the attacks from Dongbua Shuiying's spear with all his might. Pa! Without any warning, a deep blue lightning bolt suddenly shot out from the distant Ding Jiu's battleship. It was like a malevolent, deep blue serpent. Its flying speed was extremely fast, and its power was extremely frightening. The heavens and earth faintly trembled, and the space it passed through turned into nothingness, leaving behind only pitch-black cracks. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the lords of Ulan, the Xia people. The lords of Ulan were both shocked and furious. Under the pressure from Dongbua Shuiying, they had almost forgotten that the attacks from Ding Jiu's battleship were even more frightening. In terms of power, the attacks from a deity-grade battleship that relied on deity crystals were much stronger than those demigods who were only comparable to newly ascended deities. Dodge, dodge, dodge! At this moment, the lords of Ulan were doing their utmost to increase their speed. Their demonic physiques erupted with their fastest speed, and the true meaning of timed deceleration was also doing its best to slow down the attack of the deep blue lightning serpent. Hua! The deep blue serpent flashed past, and the figures of the lords of Ulan disappeared. It reappeared next to them in midair. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The lords of Ulan felt a wave of lingering fear, but they did not have the time to relax. Pooh! An extremely fast spear appeared right next to them. The distance was too close, and it was too fast. The lords of Ulan, who had just barely dodged the deep blue serpent with all his might, waved his palm, but it was too late. The moment he waved his hand, the spear pierced through the void and pierced right through his forehead. Asterisk. Chapter 303. What? The 4 teams watching the battle from afar were shocked. It was too fast. Just now, they thought that Dongbua Shuiying would not be able to deal with the lords of Ulan. Who would have thought that the tables would turn so quickly? The Xia people were willing to pay a hefty price. Ding Jiu's warship launched another attack. Following closely was Dongbua Shuiying's terrifying spear. He could dodge it once, but he could not dodge it a second time. He won't die, right? They watched nervously. After all, he was a demigod comparable to a god. How could he die just like that? The transcendents of the Xia people on Ding Jiu's warship watched nervously as well. No. The lords of Ulan felt a terrifying, profound mystery of destruction being transmitted into his body, destroying his demonic body in a frenzy. Almost instantly, his entire head caved in and turned into nothingness. However, it was only his head that turned into nothingness. Below his neck, his entire black body was still intact. His black body immediately retreated. As he retreated, a new head grew out from his neck. This demonic body was even stronger than General Kumeng's. If his body were to expand, it could even reach a terrifying height of 300 li. That was why his arm could easily expand by tens of li. In the words of the great demon god, this was definitely comparable to a true demonic god's body. However, even so, with a single attack, the Lords of Ulan's body was completely destroyed. His head was obliterated. With just 10 attacks like this, my demonic body will be completely annihilated. The Lords of Ulan had a new lease on life. He was shocked. Just as his new head grew out, his expression changed drastically. He felt it. A mysterious poison was spreading rapidly, even with his tyrannical demonic body that was comparable to a demonic god's. He could not stop this poison. The poison seeped into every part of his body, including the Devil's Sea within his body where he cultivated dark, demonic energy. The poison also seeped into his body and began to affect the circulation of the Devil's Sea within his body. That was not all. The toxins had also seeped into the skull and brain. This kind of infiltration was complete at the particle level. A terrifying, intense pain. This was a pain that the Lords of Ulan had never felt before. Although they had experienced countless battles and dangers in the dark abyss, this level of pain still caught them off guard. This kind of pain transcended the physical body, causing even the soul to tremble. The Lords of Ulan let out a pained roar. Their faces were contorted, and they seemed to have gone mad. Voodoo! The 6 ghosts' resentment which poison. The Lords of Ulan's roar was filled with endless hatred and murderous intent. His voice echoed between the heavens and the earth. What? The 4 teams watching the battle, including the Xia people transcendents in Dingzhou's worship, were all shocked. When they heard the unwilling and pained roar of the Lords of Ulan, they could feel the grief and indignation of the Lords of Ulan. It's actually the 6 ghosts' resentment which poison. Yes, it must be Dongbo Shuang. He was already poisoned and his entire body is covered in the poison. He must have smeared the poison on the tip of his spear before the battle. How vicious! What a pitiful Lords of Ulan! Is he poisoned by the 6 ghosts' resentment which poison now? I heard that this which poison is extremely painful. Too vicious. This is too vicious. The members of the 4 teams all sympathized with the Lords of Ulan. The Lords of Ulan was very strong. They dared to threaten the Xia people with the true meaning of time deceleration. Perhaps they could have succeeded. Unfortunately, their luck was not so good. The Xia people had produced a terrifyingly talented Dongbo Shuang. This time they were in deep trouble. The Lords of Ulan felt the incomparable pain, but his heart was calm. This was because he knew that this was the moment of life and death. It's the 6 ghosts' resentment which poison. However, the poison contained in his blood has been greatly weakened. Although this which poison is powerful, my demonic body's recovery ability is enough to resist it. However, the troublesome thing is it actually seeped into my demonic sea. The speed at which I cultivate and produce dark demonic energy has been reduced by 50%. The Lords of Ulan concluded this was normal. Even if Dongbo Shuang was poisoned with the 6 ghosts' resentment which poison, it was not the original one. Instead, it was the poison carried by the sorcerer god Saber. It was also a weakened version. When Dongbo Shuang was struck by the saber, his body's recovery ability was enough to resist the destructive power of the poison. It was only after he was struck by the saber that he ended up like this. Although Dongbo Shuang's body was filled with the 6 ghosts' resentment which poison, this poison was weaker than the sorcerer god Saber. After all, it was impossible for the blood of a person who was poisoned with the original 6 ghosts' resentment which poison to be the original 6 ghosts' resentment which poison. If that was the case, the 6 ghosts' resentment which poison could be produced continuously. This was impossible. Therefore, the poison in Dongbo Shuang's blood was weaker than the poison on the sorcerer god Saber. After the Lords of Ulan were poisoned, their demonic bodies could easily resist the corrosive power. However, their cultivation of dark demonic energy was affected. Of course, the most important thing was the pain. The poison has been greatly weakened, but the most fatal thing is that it's too painful. I have to use all my strength to stay calm. But if I fight with Dongbua Shueing in this state, it's very easy for me to be poisoned again. Although the lords of Ulan had strong willpower, it was still weaker than Dongbua Shueing, who had been tortured by the poison day and night for 100 years. Fortunately, the poison was weaker, and he could still fight. I have to escape. I can't fight anymore. I can't even stay focused right now. Tortured by the pain, the lords of Ulan's face contorted. A thought flashed through his mind, and he instantly made a decision. Without hesitation, a blood-red scroll appeared in his hand. Rip, the scroll was torn. Buzz! A layer of strange, blood-red, flowing light formed on the surface of his body, protecting every part of his body. This was one of the life-saving God-tier scrolls that he brought down from the dark abyss. Dark, demonic energy was a very perfect type of energy. It could fight like a transcendent knight, and it could also use spells to control the scroll. Transcendent knights, like Dongbua Shueing, would not be able to use this scroll. Run! The lords of Ulan immediately turned into a stream of light and started to run for their lives. He was not confident that he could block Dongbua Shueing's spear, so he had to rely on the power of the scroll. He did not dare to taste the pain of Dongbua Shueing's spear again. Firstly, every time he was hit, his injuries would worsen. Secondly, the poison would increase, and the pain would worsen. He couldn't bear either of these results. Although it took a long time to describe, the moment the lords of Ulan was stabbed, they could feel the terrifying poison. They instantly made a decision, tore the scroll, and started to escape. Trying to escape? How fast was Dongbua Shueing in the mirage? He could use extreme piercing in the mirage, and he could travel 500 kilometers in an instant. No matter how fast the lords of Ulan ran, they would not be able to stop him. Hua! The lords of Ulan flew with all their might, trying to escape. His speed was truly terrifying. It was no wonder he had a physique that was comparable to that of a demonic god. His entire body turned into a ray of golden light, and the golden light tore through the obstructions of space, reaching a terrifying speed of 500 kilometers per second. This was even faster than the speed of the demonic faction's third priest with the help of the shadow token. Not only his physique, but his laws of profound mysteries were also comparable to that of a demonic god. However, no matter how fast he ran, Dongbua Shueing could easily keep up with him in the mirage. Die. A spear pierced out from the void. Boom! The lords of Ulan maintained their maximum speed as they fled. Almost all of their attention was focused on their surroundings. Although they were in great pain, they could still maintain their composure. Immediately, they used all their strength to block the spear. However, Dongbua Shueing did not care. He continued to chase and attack with his spear, within a region of 10,000 kilometers. The lords of Ulan flew for 10 seconds. Dongbua Shueing attacked with his spear again and again. A total of 9 spear strikes landed on the body of the lords of Ulan. However, the blood-colored radiance on the surface of the lords of Ulan's body was extremely strong. It was actually able to withstand 9 spear strikes without being destroyed. However, it was much dimmer than before. Dongbua Shueing did not find this strange. Previously, when he was attacked by the sorcerer god Saber, the Grand Elder Aolan, who was controlling the sorcerer god Saber, was very weak. However, the sorcerer god Saber was extremely powerful. Even after passing through the green-armored protector, its power was still at the deity realm after being weakened. Back then, the sorcerer god Saber had to stab more than 10 times before it broke through the purple lightning wall. The might of the lords of Ulan's protective scroll should not be inferior to my purple lightning protective wall from back then. It might even surpass it. Compared to the sorcerer god's sword that had been weakened by the green-armored protector, my power might be comparable. On the other hand, my star meteor annihilation is more profound than Grand Elder Aolan's, and its destructive power is greater. I should be able to break through it in another 3 to 5 hits, Dongbua Shueing thought. Rip! After flying out of the sealed space, the lords of Ulan immediately tore open a space tunnel and fled. Boom! A long spear pierced through the void and pierced the lords of Ulan in the spatial passage. In terms of speed, the space tunnel continued to attack under the illumination of the mirage. Keep up! Wuma Hai and the other 3 teams caught up one after another. Following the fluctuations in space, they easily followed behind them. Damn it! The demigods of the Xia people in Ding Jiu's worship were indignant. Once this deity world worship moves at high speed, it will be unable to seal space and attack. Sigh. Mountain Lord, he felt a headache coming on. Just like how mortals would find it hard to draw while running at high speed, weaker mages would find it hard to calmly cast spells while running at high speed. Similarly, Mountain Lord He's realm was still too low. Once the deity world warship moved at high speed, it would be unable to attack. Only when it stopped or flew, very slowly could it seal the space, attack, and so on. Let's keep up, Palace Lordchin said. Mountain Lord he nodded. All right. After removing the seal on the surrounding space, Ding Jiu's worship immediately followed the fluctuations caused by the lords of Ulan tearing open space. His extreme piercing is faster than mine. While flying in the spatial passage, the lords of Ulan suffered the attacks of the spear again and again. They felt very sullen. Of the 2 grade, 2 true meanings he cultivated, one specialized in attacking, while the other was a domain-type time deceleration. It was a pity that his time deceleration could not penetrate the mirage. If it were the Maishan master, with his complete true meaning of space, he would be able to penetrate the mirage. Not good. I have to change to another one. The lords of Ulan quickly realized that the layer of bloody light protecting their bodies could no longer hold on. Damn, this pain! If he was absolutely focused, he could still block it. But this hexing poison was truly painful. He could not focus completely and could only force himself to remain calm. Amen. Within the mirage, Dongbua Shueing, who was also traveling through the spatial passage, suddenly frowned. This spatial passage is heading towards Crimson Rock Mountain. Within the spatial passage, the lords of Ulan's speed could not be considered fast. Due to the obstruction of the invisible laws, the spatial passage had already penetrated deep into the ground. Furthermore, it was moving diagonally downwards. According to its direction, it seemed to be heading towards the location of Crimson Rock Mountain, which Ancestor Black Wind had left behind. Chapter 304. As he went deeper, even though he was in the spatial passageway within the mirage, Dongbua Shueing could still feel the formless power of the law beginning to obstruct him. The formless power of the law only started to affect the mirage and my traveling speed after traveling for 30,000 kilometers. Dongbua Shueing thought to himself. However, this bit of obstruction was nothing. Powerful demigods like Chao Qing could reach Crimson Rock Mountain on their own. Dongbua Shueing had the true meaning of star protecting him, so it was easy for him to resist this bit of restriction. He did not stop attacking. The stellar fire cloud spear pierced into the real world from the mirage and attacked the escaping lords of Ulan. The lords of Ulan were in a difficult situation. He tried his best to resist again and again. Suddenly, he walked out of the spatial passageway and entered the real world. This was a world of magma that had completely turned into liquid. Everywhere was filled with magma. At least, within the area illuminated by the mirage, everything was thick and slowly flowing magma. After the lords of Ulan entered the magma, he flew at high speed. Shwa! All of a sudden, he disappeared into thin air from the ethereal extent. My mirage is so big. Even if he teleported, he could not have disappeared so quickly. Dongbua Shueing understood. It should be Crimson Rock Mountain. According to the map, Crimson Rock Mountain should be here. However, Crimson Rock Mountain was very special. Any detection method would be ineffective, apart from looking with one's eyes. just like when he found the cloth bag left behind by Patriarch Black Wind. That cloth bag could not be reflected by the mirage. It was as though all the laws of heaven and earth had lost their effect. Swish! Dongbua Shuiying's figure instantly entered the real world. He entered the magma, and, relying on the true meaning of star, he easily traveled through the magma. Before Dongbua Shuiying moved, he could already feel the formless pressure. He had already obtained detailed information about Crimson Rock Mountain from Patriarch Black Wind and knew that it was because of Crimson Rock Mountain. Wow! As he neared, he saw a void in front of him. The void looked small to the naked eye, as though it was only 1 meter in diameter. A 1-meter dark void was indeed strange. In the center of this dark void, there was a very, very small dot. It was incomparably small, so small that it seemed to be even smaller than the most basic particles of a body. Yet it was so eye-catching. The invisible pressure it exuded caused the space around it to turn into a void. Its pressure made even Dongbua Shuiying's heart palpitate. It was like an ant facing a boundless ocean. The difference between them was too great. No wonder Ancestor Black Wind said that if there were any changes, it could easily destroy the entire world of the Xia people. How strange! It was a tiny in the middle of the dark void. As his gaze fell upon it, it seemed to be growing rapidly. It grew bigger and bigger. It was as if there was a vast world within a grain of sand. This seemingly smalled. In an instant, it filled Dongbua Shuiying's vision. It seemed to be boundless, and the peak of the mountain was so high that it seemed impossible to see its end. The rocks on it were all fiery red, and each of them seemed to contain boundless mysteries. This was a huge and boundless Crimson Rock Mountain. Dongbua Shuiying immediately blinked, not daring to stare at the tiny dot anymore. Instantly, the boundless mountain that filled his vision and even his mind became a tiny Lords of Ulan. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the 1-meter dark void. There was a small person in the dark void. It was flying rapidly towards Crimson Rock Mountain. The small person was very small, about the size of a grain of rice. As he neared Crimson Rock Mountain, he became smaller and smaller. Soon, he reached the top of Crimson Rock Mountain. Dongbua Shuiying's gaze was fixed on Crimson Rock Mountain as he chased after the Lords of Ulan. So, Crimson Rock Mountain immediately became incomparably huge in his vision, boundless and boundless. As Crimson Rock Mountain grew larger, the Lords of Ulan also seemed to have returned to their normal height. How strange! Dongbua Shuiying muttered to himself. The Lords of Ulan who had reached the top of Crimson Rock Mountain turned to look outside. Their mouths moved as if to say something, but no sound came out. He's already reached Crimson Rock Mountain. A team quickly approached them. It was the Meishan Master's team. Soon, the other 3 teams arrived as well. At the same time, an enormous Dingjio warship appeared beside the dark void, pushing through the magma. Crimson Rock Mountain. That's a treasure left behind by a deceased deity. Persei came to Dongbua Shuiying's side and smiled. None of our attacks from the outside can penetrate this dark void, much less into Crimson Rock Mountain. Let's ignore the Lords of Ulan. He'll soon enter Crimson Rock Mountain and begin his exploration. Haha, let's go. We'll take a closer look. The golden-robed youth Ken Huang laughed. Now, Persei looked at him. Of course not. It's too hasty. We still need some time to prepare. The golden-robed youth, Ken Huang said. This time, they had brought some treasures with them. They still needed some time to prepare them. The reason why they brought some raw materials was to save on transportation costs. The temporal temple was too shady. Sending a peak demigod, like Ken Huang or Persei, down here was enough to cause the great existences of the Dark Abyss and Deity World to feel heartache. They couldn't even bear to send 2 of them. Fortunately, at this level, the Temporal Temple was kind enough to send 2 companions. They had to pay a price to bring down their divine level scrolls and other potions. Secretly, under the Temporal Temple's investigation, even a storage treasure wouldn't be able to hide from them. Thus, they would rather bring some raw materials. Back then, Dongbua Shuiying's 100 bitter restoration antidote was too difficult to prepare. Thus, it had to be prepared directly from the deity world. We need to prepare as well. The red-haired man beside Wuma Hai, Bo Bo, muttered. Our temporal temple's asking price is also very high. The asking price was determined by many factors, sending it to the mortal world. It was very high. Was it for the treasures within the Crimson Rock Mountain? The price would rise again. These prices would be determined by the experts of the various branches of the Temporal Temple. The group casually chatted as they flew into the dark void. Dongbua Shuiying didn't feel his body becoming smaller. Instead, he felt the dark void becoming bigger. Wow, so mystical. The Crimson Rock Mountain is so huge. As they flew closer, the four groups, including Dongbua Shuiying, Palace Lord Qin, and Sikongyang, all flew in to check. Because the dark void wasn't dangerous. Only upon ascending the Crimson Rock Mountain would the danger begin. So huge. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the Crimson Rock Mountain. Dongbua Shuiying looked up. Majestic, so tall that he couldn't see the end. Even when he looked to the sides, he still couldn't see the end. The pressure it emitted made it hard for him to breathe. What a huge Crimson Rock Mountain. This is the true size of the Crimson Rock Mountain. To us, it's boundless. Persei said, because it's too special, it seems to be smaller than a particle. There's a legend in our deity world that says a leaf is a world. That's more or less what it means. The lords of Ulan are about to enter, the Meishan master said. Dongbua Shuiying watched from afar. It was a wide stone path. Occasionally, there would be scorching air currents or even scorching flames. If one was only touched by the air currents, there was still hope of survival. But if one was touched by the scorching flames, death was certain. No matter how strong one was, death was certain. Dongbua Shuiying reckoned that even if he hid in the mirage, he still wouldn't be able to survive. The danger of the Crimson Rock Mountain was beyond imagination. He probably wouldn't be able to hide in the mirage. The lords of Ulan carefully walked on the stone path. Their strength was profound, and if they were to sense it carefully, they would be able to quickly avoid the scorching flames. This section of the stone path, although one would die if touched by the scorching flames, even the demigods of the Xia people's history who had entered the Crimson Rock Mountain, as long as they were careful, they wouldn't be so unlucky as to die on the stone path. They had come here because they had received intelligence. They couldn't afford to be careless. Rumble! At the end of the stone path was a huge black door. There were golden patterns on the edges of the door. When the lords of Ulan arrived at the black door, it opened with a rumble. The lords of Ulan turned around and looked coldly at Dongbua Shuiying. He sneered, then turned around and entered the Crimson Rock Mountain. The door began to close with a rumble. He went in. Persei said, his mission should be similar to ours, so he'll have to stay in there for at least 3 years. Dongbua Shuiying, you don't have to worry about him for at least 3 years. After you go in, you'll meet him soon enough. When do we go in? Dongbua Shuiying asked. Everyone, when do we go in? Persei looked to the side. I can go any time, the Meishan master said. I need another half a month, Wu Mahai said. 1 month, the golden-robed young man Ken Huang said. All right, 1 month it is. After a month, we'll gather here and go in together, Persei said. They didn't care whether the lords of Ulan went in first or not. It didn't matter, because as long as they were inside, as long as they passed through the threat of the Crimson Rock Mountain and reached their destination, they would be able to obtain what they wanted. Will the lords of Ulan suddenly return? Dongbua Shuiying frowned. Snow Eagle, don't worry. During this 1 month, Ding Jiu's warship will stand guard here, Palace Lord Qin said with a smile. Although Ding Jiu's warship can't seal off the Crimson Rock Mountain. It can seal off the 10,000-kilometer area outside the dark void. The formless obstruction here is even greater. If the lords of Ulan were to fly out of the sealed space, it would take them a long time. Dongbo Shueing nodded. On the surface, the lords of Ulan could reach a speed of 500 kilometers per second. However, under the powerful obstruction of the formless obstruction here, even a speed of 100 kilometers per second would be difficult. A distance of 10,000 kilometers. If they flew slowly, it would be enough for Dongbo Shueing and the rest to tear through space and rush over. Let's go. After taking a brief look at the majestic Crimson Rock Mountain, Dongbo Shueing and the 4 teams quickly left. Only Ding Jiu's warship was still standing guard here. In normal times, the number of Xia people who know about the Crimson Rock Mountain can be counted on one hand. However, this era is rather special. Since everyone knows about it, let's go and take a look. Palace Lord Chun smiled as he brought the other transcendents to take a look. Walking out of the torn space tunnel, Dongbo Shueing looked down at White River City. Suddenly he received a message. It was sent by Palace Lord Chun with detailed information about the Crimson Rock Mountain. He hadn't had the time to send it before. After all, Dongbo Shueing had just gone to meet Persei's team at the Bloodshed Tavern. Soon he encountered the Dark Abyss team massacring the Xia people. All right, the matter has finally been resolved. Walking on the familiar streets of White River City, Dongbo Shueing's Dongyu restaurant was just a distance away. Looking at the people coming and going and the hawkers hawking their wares, Dongbo Shueing revealed a smile. Previously, he had been under a lot of pressure. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resolve the threat posed by the lords of Ulan, which would cause the entire Xia people's world to suffer a calamity. Boss Dongbo, come, this is a freshly cooked bun. Come, have a taste. A woman selling buns immediately called out with a smile. Having lived on this street for so many years, she naturally knew the boss of Dongyu restaurant. Dongbo Shueing casually threw a copper coin to her, picked up a white bun, and started eating it as he walked on the street. The bun was truly fragrant. Just like that, Dongbo Shueing slowly walked towards his Dongyu restaurant. Suddenly, the surrounding world went still as a terrifying and mysterious power descended. This power was something that Dongbo Shueing was all too familiar with. Temporal Temple? Dongbo Shueing had encountered it before. Chapter 305. Dongbo Shueing looked at the street. Everything in front of him was still. From his perception of the laws of profound mysteries, the flow of time in the outside world was extremely slow, almost as if it had stopped. In other words, the flow of time in the region he was in was much faster than the outside world. Dongbo Shueing. The majestic voice remained indifferent and aloof. The Temporal Temple invites you to join us once more. The majestic voice continued, this is the second time. According to the rules of the Temporal Temple, we can invite you once or twice, but we will not give you a third chance. Even if you grasp a grade 1 true meaning in the future, the Temporal Temple will not invite you a third time. Thus, I hope you will consider this carefully. The Bloodshed Tavern belonged to the Bloodshed God Palace. As for the Temporal Temple, it belonged to the Temporal Island. Both of them were the strongest superpowers in the deity world and the Dark Abyss. Their roots were so deep that they could not be shaken. A grade 1 true meaning might attract the attention of some powerful existences in the deity world. However, the Bloodshed God Palace and the Temporal Island were huge existences with their own internal rules and regulations. They would not be so thick-skinned as to continuously invite others. The Temporal Temple could infiltrate countless mortal worlds, the deity world and the Dark Abyss. It was easy for them to find talented transcendents. Thus, the conditions they offered were much harsher. It was a pity that other superpowers would have to be ruthlessly exploited by the Temporal Temple if they wanted to send treasures down. For instance, Saving Shui would require all the ancestors and deities of the Xia clan to do everything they could. Such a price was simply too great, and the current Shui did not have the qualifications to make those superpowers willing to pay such a price. Only the Temporal Temple could easily teleport Shui to the deity world and save him. The price they had to pay was practically negligible. If you are willing to join us, the 6 ghosts' resentment hex poison in your body can be cured today. With your current realm, you can immediately awaken your primordial bloodline a second time and step into the demigod realm, allowing you to regain control of your chi. The majestic voice continued, "Moreover, you will still be able to become a Gold Order God emissary. After joining us, you will receive 2 god equipment that are most suitable for you. Your fate will be completely changed. If not for the Temporal Temple, you wouldn't have the qualifications to have other powers willing to cure you of the hexing poison. You will continue to be tormented by the hexing poison, and you will have to go to the Crimson Rock Mountain to fight for a chance of survival." "There's a chance to cure the poison at Crimson Rock Mountain, right?" Dongbua Shui said with a smile. "There is hope, but you will most likely die in there." The majestic voice continued. As the artifact spirit of the Temporal Temple, he disdained lying. "I need to tell you that the 6 ghosts' resentment is not as easy to cure as you Xia people think. It seems that entering the Crimson Rock Mountain will solve the problem. Detoxification is very difficult, and Crimson Rock Mountain is very dangerous. There's a high chance of success, right?" Dongbua Shui asked. "Are you prepared to refuse?" The powerful voice asked. "I'm considering it carefully. That's why I'm asking more questions." Dongbua Shui continued. "Oh, right, the conditions that you've given me haven't changed since the last time. It's just 2 more deity weapons. I don't think that's a big deal. After all, I've already obtained more than 1 deity weapon. That's because you haven't changed much compared to that year." The powerful voice continued. "That year you only cultivated for a few decades, including the time you spent as a mortal. Yet you grasped hold of 3 grade, 2 true meanings, each representing a different direction. Your comprehension ability is extremely high. If you had joined us back then, I believe that you would have grasped hold of the secret skill much earlier than you have now. The conditions that I've given you are already the limit. I can't ask for more. The Temporal Temple has its own rules." Dongbua Shui fell into deep thought. "Let me remind you that the Xia people are currently facing a huge calamity. The enemies of the Xia people are 2 world deities. Furthermore, they aren't ordinary world deities. One of them is the great demon god who is cultivated to an extremely profound realm, while the other is the overlord of a unique material world. As for the Xia people, they can only rely on a few ancestor deities. Not a single ancestor deity of the Xia people has become a world deity. Your foundation cannot be compared to that of the other party. The moment they start their plan, there is a 99% chance that you will be defeated and your entire race will be exterminated." Dongbua Shuiying's pupils dilated. The reason why they are so cautious, other than to guard against the Xia people, is mainly because of the Temple of the Earth God. However, I can tell you that as long as they pay a sufficient price, the Temple of the Earth God will definitely give up on the faith of this mortal world. The powerful voice continued. "The moment you join the Temporal Temple, you can set your hometown as your resting place. After the mission ends, you can return at any time. Furthermore, you can exchange for large amounts of treasures from the Temporal Temple and bring them back to your hometown. You don't have to pay a price to bring these treasures back to your hometown. If the ancestors of the Xia people wish to send treasures down, the price is extremely high. With your talent and strength in addition to the nurturing of the Temporal Temple, the treasures you can send down will probably be more than what the ancestors of the Xia people can offer. Furthermore, your strength will also increase rapidly. When the war breaks out, you will be of great help to the Xia people. Consider it carefully. The temporal temple's equipment spirit did not deliberately study Dongbu Shuang, but with his power he easily understood Dongbu Shuang's temperament and made an invitation based on Dongbu Shuang's personality. Dongbu Shuang nodded, then frowned. I heard that once you join the temporal temple, it will be very difficult to escape their control. Even your soul will be controlled. The temporal temple wants to send you to various places and bring you back quickly. Naturally, there will be some control. However, everything has its rules. The temporal temple will not act recklessly. Otherwise, the temporal island would not be able to stand at the peak of the deity world and the dark abyss. The powerful voice explained, furthermore, as a gold order god emissary, you have quite a bit of freedom. Once you become a world deity, you will have even more freedom. These restrictions can be ignored. And ignored, there would definitely be restrictions on the control of one's soul. However, no matter who it was, they would not be able to have absolute freedom. As one's strength increased, the restrictions of the temporal temple would become weaker. Dongbu Shuang still felt that joining the temporal temple was more suitable. After all, the threat of the sorcerer god and the great demon god was too great. It was fine if they did not erupt, but once they did, could they stop them? Sacrificing a bit of freedom and going on dangerous missions would be able to exchange for large amounts of resources. This would allow the Xia people to have a chance of winning the war. It was definitely worth it. After I join the temporal temple, will I have to go on missions? Dongbu Shuang asked. Yes, in the early stages of cultivation, we cannot slack off in nurturing you. The powerful voice replied, I'm worried that the sorcerer god and the great demon god might start a war while I'm on a mission. Dongbu Shuang said, this was very possible. He was the strongest person among the Xia people. As time passed, his strength would only increase. If the sorcerer god and the great demon god were not fools, they would definitely choose to start a war when he was not in the Xia people's world. Thus, I have a request. I hope that the temporal temple can keep an eye on the Xia people's world. The moment a war breaks out, the temporal temple must inform me immediately. I must immediately stop my mission and return home. As for the mission, I can continue to complete it in the future. Dongbu Shuang said, I can stop the mission. A gold order god emissary has some privileges. However, I cannot keep an eye on the Xia people's world at all times. The powerful voice continued, I need to teleport countless reincarnators. I need to constantly investigate the various worlds. It is impossible for me to keep an eye on a single world. Dongbu Shuang was startled. Also, you must understand that I, as a member of the temporal temple, am only following my master's orders by inviting you. You do not have the qualifications to request anything from me. Even if you are a powerful existence from the deity world, I do not need to care about you. I will only follow my master's orders. The powerful voice continued, thus, after I invite you in, you will have to follow the authority of a gold order god emissary to complete your missions. I will not give you any special privileges. Dongbu Shuang came to a realization. All right, that's right. He was just a small character. The temporal temple's artifact spirit wouldn't care about him. Then can you exchange the god equipment you are about to give me for a certain treasure? If I leave it in the Xia people's world, I will be able to sense at the moment Xia people's lives are destroyed or stimulated. Dongbu Shuang asked, Your strength is already very high. Most of your missions will be carried out in the dark abyss or the deity world. They are too far away from your mortal world. The entire material world will form an obstruction. You won't even be able to maintain a battle chi avatar. You're not a deity, so it is impossible for you to sense it with a treasure. The powerful voice continued, However, if your performance in the temporal temple is good enough, you might be able to exchange for a precious cultivation avatar technique. Avatar? Dongbu Shuang asked. Almost all world deities and powerful existences in the deity world have avatars. Demigods can also cultivate it. You can exchange for it in the temporal temple. The powerful voice continued, "When the time comes, you can leave your main body in your hometown and use your avatar to adventure. What's the exchange price?" Dongbua Shueing asked. "How many ordinary god equipment is it?" 100. The powerful voice replied. "So expensive?" Dongbua Shueing was stunned. "It is extremely rare for deities to have avatars, let alone demigods. Cultivating an avatar technique is already very precious. This is already very low. In the deity world, you might not be able to exchange for it, even with 1,000 or more god equipment. This is the privilege of a gold order god emissary. Only you can exchange for it." The powerful voice said. There was one thing it didn't mention. Even if he obtained the cultivation technique, he would still need many precious treasures. However, if Dongbua Shueing didn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. It was fine as long as he could invite him. Dongbua Shueing frowned. He was unwilling. He was willing to join the temporal temple. However, when the war broke out, he would be in the middle of a mission. By the time he returned, the war would have already ended. If I can't help the Xia people, what's the point of joining the temporal temple? Dongbua Shueing shook his head. You can exchange for treasures with the Xia people. The powerful voice said. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. Treasures? Treasures were also used by people. Previously, didn't the Xia people have a headache when they faced the lords of Ulan? His current strength was already comparable to the lords of Ulan. In the future, he would definitely become stronger. His strength was much more useful to the Xia people than some simple treasures. If I can't guarantee that the Xia people will immediately participate in the war, I can only refuse. Dongbua Shueing said, I would rather risk my life in the Crimson Rock Mountain. There's a chance to cure the poison there and obtain treasures. Moreover, I would still be free. But you'll probably die in there. If the Xia people can't participate in the war, it would be no different from dying. You must understand that the temporal temple will not give you a third chance. The moment you refuse, my temporal temple will not invite you again. That can only mean that I'm not fated with your temporal temple. All right. That mysterious and vast ripple rapidly retreated, leaving the world of the Xia people. The flow of time returned to normal. The hawkers by the side and the laughter of the passers-by rang in his ears. Dongbua Shueing raised his head and looked at the sky. He felt his heart was clear. Let's walk this path to its end. Go to the Crimson Rock Mountain and carve out a future. Everything will depend on the spear in my hands. Chapter 306. In the garden behind the Dongyu restaurant, Dongbua Shueing and Jingqiu were sitting under a pavilion, drinking warm fruit wine. Master, the red-robed youth, Yi Qing, greeted respectfully. Yi Qing. Dongbua Shueing looked at the disciple he was most satisfied with over the past 100 years. He couldn't help but smile. Your master's wife and I will be leaving White River City soon. This restaurant will be handed over to you. Whether you want to sell it or not, it's up to you. The Scarlet Flame Knight, Sand Tiger of White River City, treated Yi Qing very warmly. Yi Qing's strength was also very strong. It wouldn't be long before he stepped into the legend rank. Taking care of a restaurant was indeed a small matter. Master and Master's wife are leaving. Yi Qing asked anxiously. He didn't have a father since he was young. His mother was also a poor family. Back then, she didn't care about his life or death. Now that Yi Qing's strength had increased, his mother would immediately coax her son. However, the relationship between the mother and son was very weak. In his heart, Yi Qing had deep feelings for his master and master's wife, as though they were his parents. As for the Dongyu restaurant, Yi Qing treated it as his home. There's something very important that I must leave. Dongbua Shueing said, I have nothing else to give you. I believe that you will be able to obtain it with your own strength. I'll give you a gourd of fruit wine. Remember, drink 1 or 2 a day. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a copper gourd flew towards Yi Qing. I've taught you everything I can. Cultivation ultimately depends on yourself. Dongbo Shueing said, follow the guidance of your heart. There's no need to be confused or influenced. Yes. Yi Qing held the copper gourd, his eyes faintly red. Little Yi Qing, cultivate well. Don't disappoint your master. Jing Qiu also reminded Yi Qing. The couple watched the originally thin and weak Yi Qing grow up. Although Yi Qing was only 11 years old when they first took care of him, he was as thin and weak as an ordinary 7 or 8-year-old child, and he worked hard without complaint, with a simple temperament. Then, when can I see Master and Master's wife again? Yi Qing asked. We'll meet again when you become a transcendent. Dongbo Shueing laughed. Beside him, Jing Qiu glanced at her husband. She was very clear that Dongbo Shueing was going to the Crimson Rock Mountain, and it was hard to tell whether he would survive or not. If there's anything urgent, you can go to the Dragon Mountain Manor. They can contact us immediately. Yes. Yi Qing nodded. I must become a transcendent and not let Master down. Let's go. Dongbo Shueing stood up, and so did Jing Qiu. In an instant, the two of them soared up into the sky, tearing open a spatial rift high up in the sky, and the two of them disappeared into it. Yi Qing looked up at the scene. Master's wife, we will definitely meet again. Tranquil Sun Province, Azure River County, Water Rights Town, Snorrock Castle. The current Snorrock Castle was the ancestral home of the Dongbo clan. The true descendants of the Dongbo clan lived here. The defensive arrays here were much stronger than before, and there were many transcendent refiner organisms guarding the place. There were even deity warriors stationed here. The defensive strength of the castle was astonishing, and it was close to that of the Water Taoist faction, Black White Deity Mountain, and other places. Of course, this was also because the Water Taoist faction and other places didn't have to pay too much in terms of defense. After all, they had been abandoned many times in history. Uncle, Grandpa, Ancestor. Within the Snorrock Castle, there were many juniors of the clan. Every time Dongbo Shueing returned, he would feel awkward. They were all from his younger brother Qing Shi's line of descent. That year, after he got married, his younger brother also got married and immediately broke through to become a transcendent and had children. It was truly a joyous occasion. At that time, the entire Snorrock Castle was very happy. His younger brother Qing Shi had a total of 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. However, his children's achievements in cultivation were very ordinary. Although they had all stepped into the star rank under the nurturing of the Dongbo clan, none of them had even reached the legend rank. However, they had quite a lot of children, especially his younger brother Qing Shi's second son, Dongbo Feng. He was simply a playboy, having affairs everywhere he went. They had already discovered that he had more than 60 children, and there might still be more outside. Although the Dongbo clan had a method to identify the bloodline, they didn't even know where the illegitimate children were. Naturally, they had no way to identify them. Dongbo Qingshi was very angry. He felt that he was a wife. His most admired brother, Dongbo Shueing, was also very loyal to him. How did he give birth to such a playboy? Regarding this, Dongbo Shueing's father, who was also the clan's ancestor, Dongbo Lai, was very happy. He felt that this grandson of his had allowed the entire Dongbo clan to flourish. He was very happy and protected this Dongbo Feng. Therefore, after 100 years, there were many direct descendants of the Dongbo clan. Those who could enter the ancestral home were all very outstanding. What are you thinking about? Jing Qiu looked at Dongbo Shueing. Dongbo Shueing looked at the group of youths from the Dongbo clan and smiled. He turned to Jing Qiu and said, Jing Qiu, when I return from Crimson Rock Mountain and get rid of the 6 ghosts' resentment, we will also want to have a child. Jing Qiu blushed. You old man, you are saying this in front of so many people. Ha, how am I old? Among the transcendents, I am considered very young, okay? Dongbua Shwe-ing laughed and teased. He was in a good mood in Snorok Castle. This was the place where he had lived since he was young. The castle was maintained in its original appearance, and Dongbua Shwe-ing had many memories. Of course, as time passed, many people were no longer around. The familiar servants, Wizard by Yuan, Ji, Uncle Tong, and the rest were all gone. But many more children were born and growing up. It has been almost a month since I returned to Snorok Castle, Dongbua Shwe-ing said. I have to leave tomorrow. Be careful in Crimson Rock Mountain, Jingqiu said. Don't worry, I will definitely return alive, Dongbua Shwe-ing said. The next day, Dongbua Shwe-ing and Jingqiu left together, bidding farewell to their parents and little brother Qingshi. He did not mention anything about Crimson Rock Mountain. Crimson Rock Mountain was still a secret. Even the transcendents of the Xia people who had boarded Dingzhou's warship to reach Crimson Rock Mountain had been ordered to keep it a secret. Snow Eagle, come back often. Don't go away for so many years, Emo Yangyu shouted. Her temperament had become even more extraordinary. Don't worry, mother. Dongbua Shwe-ing smiled. Who? Following which, Dongbua Shwe-ing took Jingqiu and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Emo Yangyu, Dongbua Lai, and Dongbua Qingshi didn't pay much attention to it. They just treated it as an ordinary homecoming for Dongbua Shwe-ing. Dongbua Shwe-ing and his wife first arrived at the Infernal Realm Xia capital. Inside the Infernal Palace, they met with Palace Lord Qin himself. Palace Lord Qin. Dongbua Shwe-ing handed over a ring. These are some of the treasures I obtained after killing Nua Nua and General Kumeng. There are 2 deity weapons among them, but they should have been left behind by the great demon god. Some of their treasures are ordinary, but they can be of use to my clan. These are your spoils of war. Palace Lord Qin did not refuse and accepted the ring. These deity weapons were indeed temporarily unusable, but once a deity was born among the Xia people, deities would be able to use their godly energy to forcefully refine the deity weapons. Without the command talismans, it would be impossible to refine them. However, deity weapons did not have command talismans. As long as one used godly energy to slowly grind away some of the methods within the deity weapon would be usable. Of course, the time needed to grind away with godly energy would vary according to how powerful the method was. Some might take 1,000 years to refine, while others might not even take 10,000 years. If even 10,000 years were not enough, then if this deity weapon belonged to a demonic god of the dark abyss, then it could be brought into the deity world. But if it belonged to a deity from the deity world, once it was brought into the deity world, the other party might sense it and kill their way over. Of course, normally deity weapons would be left in their homeland. Once a deity was born, they would slowly refine it. If the first time was not enough, they would wait for another deity to be born. I obtained 7 deity weapons from the Black Wind Deity Palace. Dongbua Shwe-ing said there was a gold man. When I was surrounded, he was forcibly taken away by the Beast Clan. Only 6 are left. I have given orders to these 6. When Jingqiu, Qingshi, and I are no longer around, the 2 strongest will head to the Infernal Palace and protect the Xia people forever. The other weaker ones will protect my clan forever. Thanks. Palace Lord Qin did not say much. The ones he valued the most were the 3 strongest of the 7 deity weapons. All of them had reached the limits of a demigod. After the gold man was captured, there were only 2 left. According to the Xia people's habits, they would usually exchange things of equal value. However, Dongbua Shwe-ing had given too many things to the Xia people. His contributions were also very great. Palace Lord Qin could only remember this in his heart. When the time came, he would write down Dongbua Shwe-ing's contributions. I originally did not intend to bring the green-armored protector into the Crimson Rock Mountain. Dongbua Shui Ing continued. However, this time, I have received another invitation from the Temporal Temple. I have decided to bring the Green Armored Protector in. The Temporal Temple invited you? Palace, Lord Chun was shocked. Why did you not agree? Dongbua Shui Ing explained the situation to him. Palace, Lord Chen understood. AI, if you had agreed, wouldn't the voodoo poison have been cured? Palace, Lord Chen shook his head. However, the sorcerer god and the great demon god will definitely choose to start the war when I leave the Xia people's world for my mission. Dongbua Shui Ing shook his head. There's no need to say any more. In any case, I have already rejected them. Almost a 99% chance of defeat and extermination. Palace, Lord Qin grew anxious. The Temporal Temple actually said that. What plan does the sorcerer god and the great demon god have for them to have such a high chance of victory? Dongbua Shui Ing nodded. I am also very anxious. One green armored protector won't affect the Xia people much. However, I don't have any battle chi now, so the demigod robe won't be of much use. The green armored protector will be of great help to me. Thus, I have decided to bring it in. This time, I will do my best to cure the poison and come out alive. Curing the poison was also very important. If it couldn't be cured, it would be useless even if he came back alive. The sorcerer god and the great demon god could definitely delay until Dongbua Shui Ing died from the poison before starting the war. Senior Green Armored, I will have to trouble you to take this risk with me. Dongbua Shui Ing said, to be able to contribute to the Xia people is the meaning of my existence. The green-gray wristband on his body spoke, following which, Dongbua Shui Ing brought his wife and left the infernal palace. Very soon, they tore open a spatial tunnel and arrived 50,000 kilometers underground. If it was Jing Qiu, she wouldn't have been able to reach this place due to the formless restrictions of the laws. Dongbua Shui Ing, Percy I, and the other two from the Bloodshed Tavern had already arrived. Brother Percy I, Dongbua Shui Ing said. Jing Qiu was also wearing a silver-white robe. This was the transformation of a deity world warrior. She also had a deity world warrior to protect her. Now, only Ken Huang's team is left. I have already urged them to hurry. Percy I said, once they arrive, we will set off. This must be my sister-in-law. She's so beautiful. Your eyesight is really good to be able to find such a beautiful wife. Dongbua Shui Ing and Jing Qiu exchanged glances. Jing Qiu, look. That's the Crimson Rock Mountain. Dongbua Shui Ing pointed at the seemingly small, 1 meter wide dark void. That's right at the very center. How mystical. Jing Qiu also discovered it. The husband and wife chatted for a while. Spatial ripples could be felt as the final team arrived. Ayaya, I'm truly ashamed to have made everyone wait for us. It was the golden-robed young man, Ken Huang, and the tall, muscular man, as well as the bewitching woman. Everyone is here. The golden-armored young man, Wu Ma Hai, had a cold look in his eyes. His entire person radiated sharpness. Then let's set off. After saying that, he brought his subordinates, the red-haired man, Bo Bo, and the tall, skinny man, Bahan, and flew into the dark void. Let's go. The Meishan Masters team, the golden-armored young man, Ken Huang's team, as well as Percy I's team, flew into the dark void. I'm leaving. Dongbua Shui Ing smiled at Jing Qiu, who was beside him, and flew into the dark void as well. As the 13 of them flew into the dark void, their bodies rapidly shrunk to the size of rice grains. Then they continued to approach the mysterious Crimson Rock Mountain. You must return. The silver-robed Jing Qiu watched as Dongbua Shui Ing flew into the distance. Her eyes were filled with longing and worry. She was afraid that this farewell would be an eternal one. Don't worry. The Snow Eagle will definitely return. Qiu Qi Bai, Palace Lord Chen's avatar, Mountain Lord He, Si Kongyang, and the Grand Elder Palace Head were all standing by the side, watching from afar. End of chapter. Today was the first chapter. Tomorrow, the 11th chapter, Crimson Rock Mountain, would begin. Chapter 307. P.S. There are a total of 13 people in the 4 teams. There was a mistake in the writing, although it was changed immediately after the upload. Some readers might have seen the wrong version. Percy I, the goatee elder, the bald, yellow-robed elder, and Dongbua Shuang were flying toward Crimson Rock Mountain together. Dongbua Shuang, we will live and die together. You still don't know the names of Uncle Fu and an old thief, right? Haha, let me introduce them to you. Percy I laughed. An old thief is called Chin Gu, and Uncle Fu is called Chin Fu. You can just call me an old thief. The goatee elder Chin Gu laughed. Greetings, brother Dongbua Shuang. You can just call me Chin Fu. The bald, yellow-robed elder grinned. Once we enter Crimson Rock Mountain, we will still need brother Dongbua's help. Dongbua Shuang immediately said, Chin Fu, an old thief, we will live and die together. Let's help each other. Percy I, Chin Gu, Chin Fu, all surname Chin? That was interesting. They are all people of my manor. They all grew up in the manor and have the surname Chin. Percy I smiled. Impressive. A manor can have so many experts. Dongbua Shuang sighed. There are very few experts in the entire Xiaxia people. This is different. Percy I said as they flew. The material world is different from the deity world. It is very easy to become a transcendent in the deity world, and there are more experts. Our flying sword manor is also very famous. We have several hundred demigods and 2 deities. Actually, there is no need for Manor Lord to personally take this risk. The goatee elder shook his head. Dongbua Shuang was speechless. Several hundred demigods? 2 deities? Percy I and Manor Lord? My flying sword villa is currently facing a huge threat, and I'm afraid will be annihilated overnight. Hence, I immediately climbed up to a universe god and am willing to take the risk for him. Percy I shook his head. Sigh, compared to the mortal world, the deity world is many times stronger. But even my flying sword manor could be destroyed at any time once someone covets it. Now that I have promised that world deity existence to take the risk, he can at least protect my flying sword manor for 10,000 years. If I can successfully return, then it will be even more different. I naturally have to take a gamble. It's not easy, Dongbua Shuang said. Xia people are more troublesome than my flying sword villa. One is a powerful, great demon god, and the other is a lord of the material world. Percy I shook his head. Lord of the material world? What do you mean? Dongbua Shuang asked in confusion. They were flying in the dark void. None of them were flying fast. After all, they were not in a hurry. This was especially so for Dongbua Shuang's team. This was the first time they were talking in detail, so they were lagging behind. Percy I didn't hide anything from them. The transcendence of your mortal world. Once they become deities, after becoming deities, if they can continuously break through the threshold and become a peak deity before their 10,000 years of life is up, they will have a chance to refine the world core of a mortal world. As long as they successfully refine it before they are forced to leave, the entire mortal world will be their territory. You can live in this mortal world forever. Such deities are called lords, lords of the material world. Refine the mortal world, become a peak deity within 10,000 years, and successfully refine the world core? Dongbua Shuang asked in confusion. Are the lords of the material world very powerful and special? Peak deity. Xia people's ancestors who had entered the deity world for a long time only had 3 achievements. They had all entered the deity world and obtained some fortuitous encounters, spending a long time to achieve them. Very powerful. Percy I said, to be able to achieve all this in a short 10,000 years is very inconceivable. With such a high comprehension ability, Generally speaking, they will be able to enter the world deity realm after a long time. That sorcerer god might be very young, but he is also a great existence at the world deity level. You must know the difference between a world deity and a deity is like the difference between a transcendent and a mortal. Dongbua Shui nodded lightly. Once you become a lord, as long as you can obtain a cultivation avatar technique, you can create an avatar. In that case, you would be able to cultivate an avatar and have it venture into the deity world. The original body will always remain in its hometown. Persei sighed, that is absolutely safe. Even the high and mighty experts of the deity world are unable to forcefully descend into the material world. Thus, the lords of the material world are practically immortal. Even if their avatars were to die, they would be able to refine another avatar to replace them. Their original body will never need to take risks. Thus, in the deity world, the lords of the material world generally have a very special status. Because even if you kill them, you will only kill their avatar at most. Thus, they are more fearless in their actions. Persei said, "Of course, unless this mortal world gradually ages and collapses. However, since they have become lords, they will try their best to delay this time. Mortal worlds can be maintained for a very long time. As long as the mortal world they have refined is not destroyed, they will not die." The sorcerer god is such a lord. Persei said. Dongbua Shuiying's heart was heavy. Countless mortal worlds make up the entire material world. The rejection of the entire material world is extremely strong. Although there are many powerful existences in the deity world who are very powerful in space-time, they are unable to send some transcendence into the material world. It is because the rejection of the material world is too strong. Persei said, "Only the temporal temple can send transcendence into the material world. However, only transcendence can enter. If it is a deity, they will not be able to enter at all. A universe deity in a mortal world that he has completely refined. Who can kill him?" Persei said that sorcerer god can be said to be immortal. Since he is planning to start a war, this kind of existence, if he does not make a move, it will be very terrifying. Dongbua Shuiying nodded lightly. Persei only explained this in detail because he considered Dongbua Shuiying to be a life and death companion. What a pity! Dongbua Shuiying sighed inwardly. Xia people had given birth to many deities, but to reach the peak of the deity realm and refine the world core within 10,000 years was truly too difficult. No one had ever done it before. If someone could do it, then the Xia people's world would truly be impregnable. How could other powers be qualified to scheme against it? As they chatted along the way, Persei, his servants, and Dongbua Shuiying finally arrived at the edge of Crimson Rock Mountain. Looking at the towering Crimson Rock Mountain with no end in sight, Dongbua Shuiying turned his head and looked behind him. In the distance, there was a woman in a silver gown watching them. That was his wife. There was also Palace Lord Qin, Qiu Qi Bai, Si Kongyang, Mountain Lord He, City Lady Bu, and the other transcendents of the Xia people. "I will be back," Dongbua Shuiying said. He then turned his head. "Come, let's go up." Persei, Dongbua Shuiying, and the other two were the last of the 4 teams. They all stepped onto the stone path on Crimson Rock Mountain and carefully advanced. The entire Crimson Rock Mountain was emitting an endless amount of heat. Occasionally, there would be hot air currents and even more terrifying flames. However, the flames were spurting out from the cracks of Crimson Rock Mountain, so there were traces to follow. As long as they were careful, vigilant, and observed the surrounding traces without the slightest bit of carelessness, they wouldn't be so unlucky as to be affected by the flames. Not long after, Persei, Dongbua Shuiying, and the other two had already reached the end of the stone path. There was a huge black gate there. The edges of the gate had mysterious golden decorations. The gate rumbled open once again, and the 3 teams in front had already entered. "Let's go!" Dongbua Shuiying didn't turn his head and directly walked through the black gate with Persei and the others. Hong long long, the black gate closed once again. "We're in." As soon as they entered, the gate behind them quickly closed. Dongbua Shui-ing, Persei, and the other two were looking ahead. At this time, Wu Ma Hai's team, Meishan Master's team, and the golden-robed youth Ken Huang's team were right next to them. The three teams weren't in a hurry to move. They all stood at the entrance of the gate and looked into the distance. At a glance, this was a vast island. Beyond the island was a boundless starry sky. The starry sky was resplendent, and countless stars were constantly moving and changing their trajectories. Chapter 308. Looking at the endless starry sky outside the island, especially the countless stars that were constantly moving, Dongbua Shui-ing could not help but be captivated, following which he felt waves of dizziness. He immediately closed his eyes, and the dizziness disappeared. How terrifying! Dongbua Shui-ing sighed. The information is indeed true. This is a starry sky scene created by the master of Crimson Rock Mountain. Persei continued, "It is said that this starry sky contains incomparably profound laws of profound mysteries. It is too profound even for world deities, and even more so for people like us. Forcibly looking at it would not only be useless, it might even be harmful. However, before we venture out, we can at least experience it. When we start moving forward, we will no longer be able to look at the starry sky." Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. This was the entrance to the island, and it was an absolutely safe place. The moment one stepped out of this region, the entire island would be filled with danger. One could not afford to be careless at all times. If one were to look at the starry sky at this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to courting death? This floating island is truly beautifully decorated. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled as he admired the floating island. The interior of the island was exquisitely decorated. Small bridges and flowing water, stone paths, forests, and undulating mountain peaks. In the distance, there were also various kinds of buildings. At the same time, there were stone sculptures all over the island. The sculptures were either big or small, but most of them were as tall as a normal person. Most of them were humanoid, while a few were beast-shaped. On the countless sculptures, there were even some scratches from the carving. Clearly, the sculptor could not be considered a master sculptor. "It is indeed beautiful." Persei sighed in admiration. "I heard that a long time ago, the master of Crimson Rock Mountain, that powerful existence from the deity world, would reside on this floating island. Those buildings were his residence. He lived here, manipulated the starry sky, changed the world, and comprehended and cultivated. It is said that in the earliest days of those buildings, even a cup or a table could be a treasure. When Crimson Rock Mountain first fell, many of the demigods who entered the island at the very beginning gained quite a bit. But now, those buildings have long been swept clean." Dongbua Shui-ing smiled as he recalled the sack that Ancestor Black Wind gave him. Except for naked eyes, no other methods could detect that pouch. Not even the ethereal extent could reflect it. It was probably something that the almighty being from the god realm used in his daily life. No wonder the decorations are so beautiful. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "No matter how beautiful she may be, there's still countless dangers lurking within." The old man with the goatee muttered to himself. His gaze was still on the stone sculptures that covered almost every corner of the island. That almighty being from the deity world didn't carve well. Why did he carve so many for no reason? Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. Floating island, the most dangerous thing was these stone sculptures. Each stone sculpture had the power to suppress an era. More importantly, there were probably more than 100,000 stone statues on the island, and they were all united. If one of the stone statues discovered a transcendent, the other stone statues would know and come to intercept it. Fortunately, the island was big enough. Fortunately, the stone sculptures were slightly slower, so there was a chance of survival. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. It would be a 10 out of 10 chance of survival. After all, Each stone sculpture had the power to suppress an era. Dongbua Shui-ing and Persei wouldn't be able to withstand the encirclement of over 100 of them. These stone sculptures were also known as the stone sculpture guards. These stone sculptures were carved by the almighty being from the deity world. They are quite mystical. Persei said, "The stone sculpture guards look through their eyes. Their eyes can see through all disguises and concealment, but as long as they don't see it, there won't be a problem. An old thief, Uncle Fu, the two of you must be careful. If you're really discovered by the stone sculpture guards, immediately escape with your speed and hide as much as possible. Don't fight with them. If you get entangled, you're finished." Understood. An old thief and Uncle Fu both nodded. As for the other dangers of the floating island, the two of you should be able to deal with them if you're careful. Dongbua Shuang, you also have to be careful. Although the two of us are strong, if we're trapped by a group of stone sculpture guards, more and more of them will gather, and we'll be finished. Don't think that you can hide in the mirage. These stone sculpture guards are very mystical. No matter what method you use to hide, it's useless. Persei said. Understood. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. You're much better than us. Persei looked into the distance. As long as you reach the floating island and cross the meteor bridge, you should be able to obtain the antidote for the 6 ghosts' resentment. Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing looked into the distance. At the end of the island in front of him, there were countless meteors. These meteors were all connected, leading to the depths of the starry sky. Countless meteors connected, forming the meteor bridge. At the end of the meteor bridge, it was a jade-green vine that seemed to pass through the entire starry sky. This vine connected all the way to the highest point of the starry sky. On the vine, there were many huge leaves that were even larger than the stars. According to the information, as long as you pass through the floating island and reach the end of the meteor bridge, you'll be able to make a request and obtain the treasure you need. Dongbua Shui-ing said, "Hopefully, there's an antidote for the 6 ghosts' resentment there." The floating island, the meteor bridge, this was a path that many demigods had to cross. Ancestor Blackwind, as well as many otherworldly visitors, had all taken this path. For an era suppressor, this was a path of death with a slim chance of survival. I can't do that. I want to continue walking along the sky-reaching vine. Persei shook his head. Only by passing through the sky-reaching vine and reaching a higher space will there be treasures that even world deities desire. Passing through the sky-reaching vine? Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. That's no ordinary danger. 9 deaths and 1 life. That's why I'm gambling with my life. Persei said, crossing the Crimson Rock Mountain. It was split into 2 parts. The first part was the floating island and the meteor bridge. If one succeeded, they could make a request and obtain the treasure they needed. The second part was to follow the sky-reaching vine and enter a higher space. There were treasures that even world deities desired. This Crimson Rock Mountain was used by that deity world expert to choose his disciple. Persei shook his head. Anyone who comes to challenge the Crimson Rock Mountain will receive some rewards after passing the first part. The rewards for the second part will be even greater. That's why even if one cannot become the disciple of that deity world expert, many demigods still went to challenge the Crimson Rock Mountain. That's how they choose their disciple. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head and laughed. Dongbua Shui-ing knew his own limits. The most important reason he came here was to cure the poison. Moreover, he wanted to live. He would not be so arrogant as to gamble with his life. After all, his life was very important to the Xia people. Furthermore, his realm of comprehension was still not high. In the future, when all 3 of his grade 2 true meanings had reached the peak of the stage 3 realm, or even the deity heart realm, with his secret skill, he would be able to display an even greater strength. Wouldn't it be safer for him to not become a deity first? To those mighty world deity existences, even if such a heaven-defying transcendent was willing to come down. They could not afford to do so. The cost of transportation was too high. Sending a transcendent at the level of Persei already made them feel heartache. They could not even bear to send two. Not to mention those who were much stronger than Persei. The 4 teams were all very serious. Their goal was to pass through the sky-reaching vine and enter a higher space. Even though there was a slim chance of survival, they had to gamble on it. Thus, they had to be careful from the start. As long as the team members survived, they would be able to walk further in the later stages. We must pass through the sky-reaching vine and enter a higher space. The Maishin Master's eyes shone faintly. For the sake of this day, he had chosen to complete 3 Hell rank missions. Break free from the control of the Temporal Temple and come to the Xia people's world, a higher space. Persei looked at the enormous, sky-reaching vine that seemed to pass through the entire starry sky. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I must return alive. I must make my flying sword Villa flourish and kill all my enemies. My clan has been destroyed. I, Wu Mahai, have lived to this day. This time, I have a slim chance of survival. As long as I survive, I can change everything. The golden-armored teenager, Wu Mahai, clenched his fists so tightly that black cracks could be faintly seen on them. This is our chance to turn the situation around. Isn't it just a slim chance of survival? We've already gone through 2 Hell rank missions. Didn't we get through them? The golden-robed teenager, Ken Huang, spoke casually. However, the tall man and the bewitching woman beside him had solemn expressions on their faces. This time they had agreed to come. They had all wanted to take a gamble. Dongbo Shueing was also watching. The pressure on him was relatively light. As long as he could cure the poison, he would have succeeded. Apart from curing the poison, Dongbo Shueing also wanted to obtain enough treasures from Crimson Rock Mountain to increase the chances of the Xia people's victory in the upcoming war. Everyone, those stone sculpture guards are extremely dangerous. If we get surrounded by them, we'll be finished. Thus, it's not good for us to have too many people moving together. Wu Mahai said, "It's best to keep a distance of more than 5,000 kilometers from each other. We'll make a move first." The golden-armored teenager, Wu Mahai, finished speaking. He led his subordinates, Bo and Bahan, out of the safety zone around the black door. Following a beautiful stone path in the distance, they carefully advanced into the depths of the forest. Chapter 310. Wu Mahai and the others disappeared into the depths of the forest. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a faint roar could be heard from afar. "We've been discovered." The Maishin Master raised his eyebrows. Other than the stone statue guards that cover the entire floating island, there are still countless dangers lurking around. It's impossible to sneak past them. The golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, chuckled. The Maishin Master nodded and said, "We're going in as well." He didn't stand on ceremony and immediately set off with the white-robed girl and the black-robed man. They didn't even ask for our opinion. The golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, looked at Dongbo Shueing and Persei. "Persei, Dongbo Shueing, are you going first, or should I go first?" Persei and Dongbo Shueing looked at each other. "We're not in a hurry." Persei said, "All right, then we'll be third." The golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, said. Not long after, Ken Huang's team also set off. Persei was very patient. Dongbo Shueing wasn't in a hurry either. Sounds could be heard from different areas of the floating island. Obviously, there were battles going on. "It's about time. Let's go." Chinju laughed. With the 4 teams moving in front and behind, everyone will be able to attract the attention of some enemies, which will make things easier for us. However, don't be careless. The moment we are careless, Dongbo Shueing and I might both die on the floating sky island. "Understood. I'll follow you all the way. Don't worry." Saying so, Dongbo Shueing disappeared into the mirage. An old thief and Uncle Fu looked at each other. The floating island was still extremely dangerous for them. Let's go. Percy I brought an old thief, Uncle Fu, and Dongbu Shuiying, who was walking in the mirage, to the floating island. Inside the ethereal extensue, Ing stealthily advanced. His mirage illuminated an area of 5,000 kilometers, allowing him to observe every movement within that area. Furthermore, with the help of his 9 mirage avatars, he was able to observe everything from high up in the sky. Even if he was 5,000 kilometers away, he would still be able to see the general situation. Looking at it, Dongbu Shuiying was filled with emotions. Wu Ma Hai's team charged at the very front. Because they were too far away, the view was rather blurry. Their team was rather mysterious, and their movements were very quiet. Occasionally, a battle would break out. The golden-robed youth Ken Huang's team had already surpassed the Meishan Masters team and was now in second place. Their team was a bit more domineering, whether it was the statue sentinels or other attacks. The golden-robed youth Ken Huang would attack from thousands of kilometers away. The stone statues were at a loss, and they couldn't even find their enemy. Ken Huang's team advanced very quickly because they were constantly sweeping away enemies from afar. The third team was the Meishan Masters team. The Meishan Masters team was the strangest of them all. As they advanced, the space around them twisted and changed. Sometimes the team would be in front and sometimes behind. Although they couldn't teleport within the Crimson Rock Mountain due to the powerful seal, the Meishan Masters team was too good at manipulating space. As they advanced, they didn't encounter any enemies at all. Hua! From afar, the statue sentinel turned its head, its eyes glowing with a faint golden light. Its gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Even Dongbu Shuiying's mirage felt like it was being penetrated. However, the Meishan Masters team was different. They had twisted the space around them, causing the statue sentinel's gazes to follow the distorted space, distorting it as well. Naturally, they couldn't see the Meishan Masters team. Their manipulation of space is too terrifying. Dongbu Shuiying was inwardly shocked. To be able to become a captain, he really isn't ordinary. Dongbu Shuiying. A voice forcefully penetrated the mirage. Remember, don't use your mirage doppelganger or an old thief's illusion doppelgangers easily. Even if you use them, the more low-key they are, the better. Otherwise, if a bunch of doppelgangers appear, the statue sentinels will think that we have more than 10 intruders. I'm afraid they will send more stone statue sentinels to surround and attack us. I understand, Dongbu Shuiying replied. At the same time, he was shocked. To be able to transmit sound into the mirage, it was clear that there was a way to attack the mirage. Dongbu Shuiying's team was also advancing carefully. Just like how Wu Ma Hai's team had advanced for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the most dangerous statue sentinels on this floating island were the closer they were to the meteor bridge, the more of them there were. This was especially true for the large area at the edge of the meteor bridge. Almost half of the stone statue sentinels were gathered there. However, the other areas were much more sparsely populated. Crossing an arched bridge, they advanced along a stone road next to a river. Dongbu Shuiying's team was very cautious. Ho! Suddenly, a huge dark cyan had emerged from the river. It had a bald horn, a bloody mouth with fangs and dark cyan scales. It was about to rush out. The crisis came very suddenly. Percy I glanced to the side. Boom! The shadow of a golden dragon appeared out of thin air. The upper body of this golden dragon was very solid, but the back was completely illusory. It waved its sharp claws, and an extremely tyrannical claw directly slapped the head of the dark cyan mutated beast that emerged from the river. With a boom, the dark cyan mutated beast was slapped down before it could completely rush out of the water. Let's leave quickly. Don't get entangled. The statue sentinels will definitely pay attention to this place. Percy I's voice simultaneously rang in Uncle Fu and an old thief's ears, as well as in the mirage. Shoo! Their speed was extremely fast. In an instant, they had rushed dozens of li along the stone road, entering the depths of the mountain. The dark cyan mutated beast that emerged from the river once again tried to find Dongbua Shuiying's group, but it was already nowhere to be found. It could only let out an unwilling roar. The movements of the previous battle had also attracted the attention of the statue sentinels, and they were approaching. Persei's strength was indeed very strong. He could also attack from a very long distance, and he could forcefully attack from thousands of li away. Every time he attacked, the shadow of a dragon would appear. It was either a golden dragon, a black dragon, or a blood dragon. The only similarity was that all of them were vicious dragons. Their attacks were all very cruel and vicious. When dealing with different dangers, different dragon shadows would appear, and they would quickly eliminate the danger from a long distance. Even the statue sentinels were directly slapped by the dragon claws, and their bodies rolled over 100 times. This also made it easy for Dongbua Shuiying's group to advance. It was different when one was strong. To an existence that could suppress an era, the floating island had a slim chance of survival. But to Persei, Ken Huang, Meishan Master, and Wu Mahai, their chances were much higher. The closest to the meteor bridge is the most dangerous place. There are tens of thousands of statue sentinels there, and they are blocking the bridgehead. That is the most difficult part. Persei transmitted, thus we must be able to withstand the danger in the early stages. We do not have the qualifications to relax. MN, through his mirage avatar, Dongbua Shuiying looked from afar. He could see the end of the floating island, which was also the bridgehead of the meteor bridge. That area was densely packed with at least 50,000 statue sentinels, and they were not more than 10 li away from each other. They had completely blocked the area of 1,000 li around the bridgehead of the meteor bridge. It would be difficult to pass through. Wu Mahai's team has started to charge. Dongbua Shuiying saw it as well. Wu Mahai's team was rapidly approaching. Boom! Suddenly a battle broke out. Wu Mahai's team suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light. The entire team's speed began to skyrocket. In just 2 seconds, the entire team had traversed over 1,000 li of the battle zone. One must know that along the way, they had also encountered the frenzied attacks of countless statue sentinels. In just 2 seconds, they had killed their way to the meteor bridge. Wu Mahai's team, Bobo is dead. Persei's voice rang out in the mirage avatar. Bobo is dead? Dongbua Shuiying was shocked. He did not doubt the accuracy of the information at all. This was because the members of the 4 teams had left behind Qi avatars, magic avatars, and the like in the Xia people's world. This way, they would be able to communicate with each other more quickly. They were also afraid that they would be forced to split up in Crimson Rock Mountain. This way, they would be able to contact each other better. Because Dongbua Shuiying did not have any qi in his body, he was the only one who did not leave behind an avatar in the Xia people's world. Thus, the moment Bobo died, his qi avatar would naturally die as well. The other teams would immediately know about it. Dongbua Shuiying, your mirage avatar should be able to silently observe from afar. How did Wu Mahai's team get through the last stage? Persei asked. They relied on speed to force their way through, Dongbua Shuiying replied. Asterisk. Chapter 311. He actually did it so recklessly? He actually didn't lie. Persei frowned. He wanted to gather as much information as he could on how the previous teams had passed, so that he could learn from their mistakes and have a better chance of passing. Dongbua Shuiying, describe in detail what he did, Persei asked. Dongbua Shuiying also described in detail. Only his mirage doppelganger could look down from above so fearlessly. If it was someone else trying to look down from above, they would be easily discovered by the stone sculpture guardians. Dongbua Shuiying's mirage doppelganger could change shape. It could even become a part of the mirage itself. It was the mirage. Thus, even if the stone sculpture guardians looked up, even if their gazes penetrated the mirage and passed through the mirage doppelganger, they would only feel that it was just a part of the mirage. Thus, unless the mirage doppelganger was activated, it would be impossible to detect it. Time passed second by second. Dongbua Shuang and his team advanced cautiously. Along the way, there was no need for Dongbua Shuang to do anything. Just the dragon shadows released by Persei were enough to eliminate all danger. Ken Huang's team is moving. Dongbua Shuang advanced cautiously. However, his mirage doppelganger was still observing the situation from afar. Boom! They were too far away, but they could vaguely make out that the troops' speed also began to crazily rise. The densely packed stone statue guards violently surrounded them, and some of them even leapt into the air, attacking from above. For a moment, they covered the entire sky and attacked the team from all directions. On the surface of the team, a mirage of a strange dragon turtle appeared, protecting the entire team. However, it did not even manage to resist for half a second. Under the frenzied attacks of the stone sculpture guardians, the dragon turtle's mirage instantly collapsed. What followed was a dazzling sword light. The sword light was resplendent, and in an instant, the stone sculpture guardians either fell, were sent flying, or collided with other stone sculpture guardians. However, there were still more stone sculpture guardians attacking. Too many. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. The entire process lasted for about 5 seconds. Ken Huang's team finally reached the meteor bridge. When they landed on the floating meteor, the stone statue guards stopped attacking. In the world of the Xia people on a grassland, there were many figures either sitting cross-legged, walking around, or sitting on rocks. They were the Qi doppelgangers and magic power doppelgangers of the members of the 4 teams. Some of them even contained demonic energy. Sister Shui Wei, the golden-robed young man Ken Huang, was sitting on a boulder. He had been calm, but now his face was filled with disbelief and terror. Shui Wei, the tall, muscular man next to her, also trembled. How could this be? How could this be? The golden-clad youngster, Ken Huang, could not take it anymore. He fell to his knees, his body trembling. Why? I was so close. I was so close to saving you. Why? Ever since he was captured by the Temporal Temple and became a reincarnator, Ken Huang was originally the weakest member of the team. The bewitching woman, Big Sister Shui Wei, who had just died, was already a legendary figure. She was the one who thought highly of Ken Huang and recruited him into her team. Furthermore, she had always taken care of him. The two were like siblings and had a deep relationship. Ken Huang had been captured when he was still immortal. Now he was close to becoming a deity. Captain. The tall, muscular man was also extremely sorrowful. He lightly patted Ken Huang's shoulder. Why? Why did it turn out like this? I was too arrogant. I shouldn't have agreed. I shouldn't have entered the Crimson Rock Mountain. Ken Huang was filled with hatred. Even though he was prepared for the entire team to be annihilated, he had sworn to fight to the death. But when Big Sister Shui Wei, who had gone through thick and thin with him, died in front of him, he still found it hard to accept. If one died in the Crimson Rock Mountain, even the Temporal Temple could not retrieve their soul. They would truly be dead forever. This is not your fault. This was what we agreed upon. If you want to blame someone, blame the Temporal Temple. The tall, muscular man said in a low voice, "It was the Temporal Temple that forced us to walk on the brink of death time and time again. If it wasn't for its guidance, how could our team have fallen into such a predicament? It made us choose to come to the Crimson Rock Mountain in the end." The golden-robed youth Ken Huang stood up. After all, he had experienced too many life-and-death situations. He forcefully suppressed his grief. Martial Emperor. The golden-robed youth Ken Huang looked at the nearby Meishan master. "I really envy you. You had the courage to accept 3 hell-grade missions, escape the Temporal Temple, and regain your freedom. Let's look forward to the future." The Meishan master glanced at Ken Huang, but did not say anything else. Wu Ma Hai's team had lost Bo Bo, while Ken Huang's team had lost the bewitching woman, Shui Wei. This caused the two teams behind them to become even more nervous. Clearly, from the looks of it, most deity-grade scrolls were of limited help, especially the defensive ones. This was because the entire team's large-scale protection wouldn't be able to last long under the attacks of the densely packed stone sculpture protectors. Unless they used tens of scrolls consecutively, they might be able to hold on. To charge through, first, it depended on one's strength. Second, it depended on luck. If they could charge through the gaps of the stone sculpture protectors' attacks in an extremely short period of time, that would be enough. If they couldn't charge through, then they would be doomed. The more teams there were, the bigger the target, and the harder it would be to charge through the gaps. However, there were experts like Percy I, Ken Huang, Wuma Hai, and the Meishan Master in the team. Thus, they were willing to move together. The Meishan Master and his team have started moving. As Dongbua Shuang watched, he informed Percy I of the situation. Because they were constantly advancing, the distance between Dongbua Shuang and the Meishan Master's team was very short. They were already within 5,000 kilometers of each other. They could even be seen clearly by relying on the mirage. I've noticed it too. Percy I borrowed the range of his true meaning domain to see the situation of the battle. Dongbua Shuang was suddenly stunned. It was one thing for the other two experts in the Meishan Master's team to display their techniques. However, when the Meishan Master revealed his techniques, Dongbua Shuang was still shocked. His arms suddenly lengthened, becoming more than 6 meters long. His two arms were rapidly attacking the stone statue guards that were trying to stop them. Furthermore, the space around him was like a swamp. The closer the stone sculpture protectors got, the slower their speed became. For a moment, the Meishan Master actually relied on his own strength to block the attacks of the surrounding stone sculpture protectors. Of course, the surrounding space was only so big, and the stone sculpture protectors were about the same height as an ordinary person. In a short period of time, only 100 stone sculpture protectors could attack simultaneously. However, there were attacks coming from all directions. His arms could not protect him at all. Every part of the Meishan Master's body was a weapon. His head, back, legs, they were all used to attack. He was extremely powerful in every aspect. True meaning only me. There's even a deity armor? Percy I's voice transmitted into the mirage. True meaning only me? Dongbua Shuang was startled. A grade 2 true meaning, the true meaning only me, was a purely body-related true meaning. It did not have any offensive profound mysteries, nor did it have any other profound mysteries. It only had a single purpose, to unleash the full potential of one's body. The true meaning only me believed that the body itself was a heaven and earth, a universe containing endless profound mysteries. There was no need to care about anything else in the external world. As long as one could comprehend one's own body, one could similarly become a deity and become unparalleled. This was only me. Thus, those who grasped hold of the true meaning only me all had extremely tyrannical bodies. They were even more terrifying than the demonic physiques of the lords of Ulan and General Kumeng. It was a pure and extreme body-related true meaning. Only me seeks the internal. Space seeks the external. One internal and one external. This Meishan Master is truly formidable. Furthermore, he actually managed to get his hands on a deity armor? Percy I exclaimed. Dongbua Shuang also exclaimed. He also knew. Ever since Crimson Rock Mountain descended into the Xia people's world, the deities who wanted to send the deity armor to the Xia people's world had to pay a huge price to do so. Those magnificent existences had to send Wuma Hai, the lords of Ulan and Percy I. Sending a deity armor was equivalent to sending a demigod like Percy I. They could not bear to do so. Furthermore, within Crimson Rock Mountain, the deity armor was very effective against frontal attacks. However, there were many attacks that could ignore the deity armor and penetrate into one's body. I've heard that the Meishan Master has been in the Xia people's world for a long time now. Percy I transmitted. Thus, There is no need to pay the transportation fee to send him down. The deity armor's effectiveness is limited against some unique attacks, so it is not worth sending him down. However, the Maishin master has the true meaning of only me, and his body is already tyrannical. Coupled with the deity armor, it was too difficult to kill him. Coupled with the true meaning of space, his survivability is probably the strongest amongst us. Dongbua Shui Ying also agreed. Under the direct resistance of the Maishin master, he was able to bring his team up the meteor bridge. He was also the only one who survived. It's our turn. Not long after, Persei, an old thief, Uncle Fu, and Dongbua Shuang approached. Tens of thousands of stone sculpture guards blocked off all directions. There were no loopholes to exploit. Dongbua Shuang and the other three had already discussed their countermeasures. The densely packed stone sculpture protectors covering an area of 500 kilometers suddenly turned their heads towards a single direction, only to see a large group of transcendents rushing over at high speed. Mountain Lord He, Faction Head Si Kongyang, Chiu Chi Bai, Great Elder Aolan, the demonic faction's third priest, Monarch Qingyan, City Lady Bu, Shui Ying, and many other transcendents. Dongbua Shui Ying's 9 mirage doppelgangers transformed into 9 familiar demigods. Furthermore, all of them were walking within the mirage, so they were naturally discovered by the stone sculpture guards. After all, the mirage doppelgangers had already been formed. An old thief was even more formidable. He had condensed a true deity heart using the true meaning of illusions, and was most proficient in creating illusion doppelgangers. At this moment, he had condensed a total of 36 illusion doppelgangers, each of them at the peak of demigod, roughly the strength of ghost deity Night Fengdong. All of them had different appearances and auras. They were probably the demigods that an old thief knew. My flying sword manners, demigods are here. The entire group of transcendent demigods rushed towards the stone sculpture guards. However, Persei, Dongbua Shuang, and the others were all nervous. Life and death would be decided in this short distance of 1,000 li. One must know that the methods of the other teams were also powerful. Other than the Maishin Master's team, the other teams had all lost a comrade. Chapter 312. Dongbua Shui Ying looked at the densely packed stone sculpture protectors in front of him. Many of them suddenly leapt up, causing the earth to tremble as they swarmed over. Every single stone sculpture protector's eyes glowed with a golden light as they coldly stared at the outsiders. Within the mirage, Dongbua Shui Ying was also flying at high speed. With his extreme piercing reaching the peak stage 2 realm, Dongbua Shui Ying's flying speed was slightly higher than Uncle Fu and an old thief's. Of course, he was still slower than Persei by a large margin. The entire army was approaching the group of stone sculpture protectors at a speed of 250 kilometers per second, while the stone sculpture protectors were moving at a speed of 50 kilometers per second. As for the mirage avatars and illusion avatars, they could move as fast as they wanted. They could easily keep up with the army. Boom! At the moment when the two armies clashed, Dongbua Shui Ying instantly returned to reality from the mirage. Looking at the golden-eyed stone sculpture protectors, he immediately displayed the true meaning of Star's gravity domain. Hong Long Long, a terrifying repulsive force spread out in all directions with Dongbua Shui Ying at the center. Under Dongbua Shui Ying's control, the profound mysteries of the gravity domain avoided his own army. At that moment, the overwhelming number of stone sculpture protectors felt the repulsive force of the gravity domain. Their bodies froze, and their speed slowed by 10%. Haha, Dongbua, not bad. Persei laughed loudly. As a grade 2 true meaning, the true meaning of Star's gravity domain was more complete than the grade 3 true meaning of gravity. At this moment, the might of the gravity domain was equivalent to the stage 3 realm of the true meaning of gravity. It was a pity that these stone sculpture protectors were only as tall as an ordinary person. Their weight wasn't too big, so the repulsive force didn't affect them too much. Even so, being slowed by 10% was already not bad. Outsiders die. Kill. The stone statue protectors covered the sky and attacked all the outsiders, while the mirage avatars and illusion avatars took the initiative to attract and guide the enemies. That way, Dongbua Shuiying's team would receive as few attacks as possible. As for Dongbua Shuiying, Persei, and the rest, they did not display too much of their combat power. As for the gravity domain, it was only at the stage 3 realm of a grade, 3 true meaning. In fact, if a large group of people charged together, they would be surrounded and attacked by a large number of stone statue guards. Normally, there would be heavy casualties, so it wasn't worth it. However, the Mirage Doppelganger and Illusion Doppelganger took the initiative to attract the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Under the attacks of the countless stone statue protectors, the Mirage Doppelganger after Mirage Doppelganger was smashed into smithereens and dissipated. But soon after, they reformed again. One could see Si Kongyang, Palace, Lord Qin, Ao Lan Grand Elder, Chiu Chi Bai, and the rest being smashed to death one after another before coming back to life. At first, the stone statue protectors thought that these enemies had some special, life-saving methods. But after killing them 2 to 3 times, they gradually came to a realization. After all, it wasn't just the Mirage Doppelganger. Even the large group of Illusion Doppelganger had revived after being killed. If it was just one of them, it could still be explained if they had some sort of life-saving, heaven-defying true meaning. But if it was a large group of them, then it wasn't normal. They are all Illusion Doppelganger. The stone statue protectors came to a realization and began attacking those enemies who hadn't died yet. Naturally, they were attacking Dongbua Shuiying, Persei, and the rest. But by the time they came to their senses, Dongbua Shuiying and the rest had already charged 250 kilometers ahead of the group of stone statue protectors. They were roughly 500 to 600 kilometers away from the meteor bridge. You only realized it now? Ha ha ha, scram for me. Persei shouted. In an instant, 8 arms appeared. Each arm was covered in a layer of gray metal. His arms expanded, reaching a length of 7 to 8 meters, and he began attacking in all directions. His palms seemed to be protecting the entire team. His 8 arms were displaying all sorts of powerful attacks. Some were cruel and ruthless, some were sinister, and some were strange. All sorts of attacks had broadened Dongbua Shuiying's horizons. He can actually manifest 8 arms, and only his true meaning is extraordinary. Dongbua Shuiying sighed inwardly. He and Persei had discussed this when they decided on the plan to charge into the floating island, so he knew about the true meanings and techniques of every single member of the team. He had also told Persei that he had 3 grade, 2 true meanings, Extreme Piercing, Mirage, and Star, as well as the Star Meteor Annihilation. It was also from Persei that Dongbua Shuiying found out that the Star Meteor Annihilation was actually a secret skill. Persei had also told him about an old thief and Uncle Fu's techniques, as well as his own. The 2 true meanings that Persei had grasped were also very powerful. They were the true meaning of only me and the true meaning of 8 dragons. The true meaning of only me pursued the pinnacle of the body. To complement the true meaning of 8 dragons, he had even bought an 8-armed creature from the deity world and dissected it over and over again. He had even tried to find a similar technique to refine it, allowing his body to form 8 arms. One had to know that these arms could not display their power just by appearing. Transformation? As a transcendent, he had countless transformations. Forming 1,000 arms was a small matter. However, only a normal body could display its full power. Thus, it was extremely difficult to form 8 arms that could display sufficient power. Fortunately, he had comprehended the true meaning of only me, which was why he had dissected the 8-armed creature. Now he had 8 arms. Complementing the true meaning of 8 dragons, Persei's two true meanings were able to complement each other perfectly. His close combat strength was extremely terrifying, even above that of the lords of Ulan and the Maishan master. Of course, the Maishan master and the lords of Ulan each had their own advantages. Persei was only strong in close combat. Hong hong hong! Dongbua Shui brandished his spear and executed the star meteor annihilation. Every single move was filled with power. Those stone sculpture guardians would be sent flying with just a touch, and they would fall with just a scratch. Persei's 8 arms were intimidating in all directions. Dongbua Shuiying's spear was at the side, covering for any openings. There was also the true meaning of gravity's repulsion. For a moment, Dongbua Shuiying and Uncle Fu were almost completely blocked. However, even if they had 8 arms, there were even more stone sculpture guardians. For a moment, there were over 100 stone sculpture guardians attacking them. Si La, one of the stone sculpture guardians' claws pierced through the goateed old man's chest. Although Persei was by the side, he didn't help the old man. Ha ha ha, it's useless. The goateed old man's body dissipated. Not far away, an illusion avatar transformed into the goateed old man. Shwa shwa shwa. His body was unpredictable, and every illusion avatar could transform into his true body at any moment. These stone sculpture guardians were unable to attack him at all. Formidable. Dongbua Shuiying praised silently. After the true meaning of illusions condensed into a true deity heart, it would possess a heaven-defying ability. The true body could switch between the illusion avatars and the true body. However, the distance between the illusion avatars and the true body could only be within 100 meters. Even if the space was sealed, the true body could still switch. Because at this stage, the true body would have already started to transform into an illusion, allowing the illusion avatars to condense into a true body at any moment. Thus, with this move, it would be extremely difficult to kill an old thief. Unfortunately, the only weakness was that it had to be within 100 meters. As long as the enemy's attack covered 100 meters, an old thief would still die. If he had just switched to an illusion avatar, and that illusion avatar was killed at the same time, he would die as well. Usually it wouldn't be so coincidental. After all, there were 36 illusion avatars. Persei's 8 gray metallic arms swept in all directions. Dongbua Shuiying was also helping out. The two of them split their attention to protect Uncle Fu. Just like that, the final 500 to 600 li distance was crossed. Dongbua Shuiying's body landed on a huge floating meteorite. Although this meteorite was called a meteorite, it was actually over 100 li in diameter. Its entire body was made of a single piece of rock, and there were even some veined patterns on its surface. Only after landing on the meteorite did Dongbua Shuiying heave a sigh of relief. On this huge meteorite, there were 3 other teams: Wuma Hai, Ken Huang, and Maishan Master. They were not in a hurry to act. They looked at Persei's and Dongbua Shuiying's teams with astonishment. This team's overall strength was the strongest. Persei's strength was much stronger than what they had expected. The people chosen by the upper echelons of the Bloodshed Tavern were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 3:13. The 4 teams were all on the first meteorite of the long meteor bridge. The true meaning of only me is able to cultivate 8 arms. Admirable, admirable, the Maishan master praised. He had grasped 2 true meanings, one of which was the true meaning of only me. So he was very clear on how difficult it was to form 8 arms. If we were to ask who has the highest chance of passing through the sky-reaching vine, it would most likely be you, Maishan master, Persei said. Sky-reaching vine? With this deity armor of mine? The Maishan clan master turned his head and looked at the distant end of the meteor bridge. That enormous sky-reaching vine almost pierced through the entire starry sky. The sky-reaching vine is an extremely terrifying plant in the deity world. I'm afraid that even the great majority of world deity existences aren't a match for this sky-reaching vine. But in Crimson Rock Mountain, it is only used to test disciples. This path is too difficult. Wu Ma Hai, Ken Huang, Dongbua Shui-ing, Percy Ai, and the others were all looking at the towering, sky-reaching vine. In the deity world, to become a disciple of a powerful existence, one must either be a legend among legends, an absolute transcendent with a grade 1 true meaning, or one must evolve a grade 1 deity heart after becoming a deity, Wu Ma Hai said in a low voice. Among us, only brother Dongbua Shui-ing has this talent, Percy Ai said. A grade 1 true meaning meant that one had to grasp it at the transcendent realm. A grade 1 deity heart was slightly easier. One could become a deity with a grade 2 deity heart, and then rely on accumulating experience to evolve it to a grade 1 deity heart. However, the earlier one grasped a grade 1 deity heart, the earlier one would be able to pry into the essence of the laws of heaven and earth. Who knows, brother Dongbua Shui-ing might be the one to walk the furthest. The Meishin master laughed. You praise me too much. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head as he looked at the end of the meteor bridge. As long as I can pass through the meteor bridge and get rid of the 6 ghosts' resentment hexing poison, that will be enough. Sky-reaching vine. People like the Meishin master, Percy Ai, and Wu Ma Hai were gambling with their lives. They all had a slim chance of survival. In terms of strength, he might be close to them in terms of attack power, but he was much weaker in terms of survival. Percy Ai and the Meishin master both cultivated the true meaning of only me, and their bodies were even stronger than the lords of Ulan. As for himself, if he were to encounter some powerful attacks, he would probably be killed in one hit. After all, he was borrowing the might of his true meaning. True meanings could draw upon the might of the heavens and earth, which was indeed powerful. The true meaning of Star's protection was not bad, but if it could not hold on, if the green armored protector could not hold on as well, his frail body would most likely be finished in a single blow. Immortal body. His star meteor annihilation's laws of profound mysteries were enough to destroy General Kumeng's body, unless it was an attack like the Sorcerer God Saber that was barely controlled and didn't contain any laws of profound mysteries. But that was clearly impossible. The deeper one went into Crimson Rock Mountain, the more terrifying the laws of profound mysteries would be. Even those stone sculpture protectors could easily pass through the mirage, let alone the enemies on the sky-reaching vine. Dongbua Shui-ing is right. There's no point in thinking so much. Right now, we have to cross the meteor bridge before anything else. Wu Ma Hai said in a low voice, previously we were the first to cross. This time, let's do the opposite. How about it? We have no objections. The golden-robed youth Ken Huang and the Meishin master both looked at Dongbua Shui-ing and Percy Ai. Once the situation was reversed, then Dongbua Shui-ing and the others, who were the last to set off previously, would be the first to cross. No objections. Dongbua Shui-ing and Percy Ai exchanged glances before saying, this was a small matter. Regardless of whether it was the intelligence reports from the Xia people or the world deity existences, all of them had detailed descriptions of the dangers within Crimson Rock Mountain. The dangers on the meteor bridge were very clear. There wasn't much of a difference between who went first and who went last. Dongbua Shui-ing, Percy Ai, Uncle Fu, and an old thief were all discussing a plan. There are 2 dangers on the meteor bridge, Percy Ai said. One is in the middle of the meteor bridge, and the other is at the end of the meteor bridge. As long as we can pass through these 2 dangers, we will successfully cross the meteor bridge. At that time, Dongbua Shui-ing, you will have hope of curing the poison. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. I hope so. In the middle of the meteor bridge, there is a group of deity world creatures. Percy Ai said they are the extremely common flying venomous scorpions. In the deity world, there are deities who specially cultivate some special creatures. They have even cultivated hundreds of thousands of deity-level flying venomous scorpions. They cover the sky and cover the earth. Even a star would be completely devoured in no time. Dongbua Shueing secretly sighed in admiration. The deity world and the mortal world were indeed different. However, the meteor bridge is not that dangerous. The flying venomous scorpions in the middle of the meteor bridge will send out a corresponding team according to the outsiders. For every outsider, they will send out a team. Our team has a total of 4 people, so we will encounter 4 teams of flying venomous scorpions. A team of flying venomous scorpions is composed of 1 deity level flying venomous scorpions and 10 ordinary flying venomous scorpions. Persei said, in other words, we will encounter 4 deity level flying venomous scorpions and 40 ordinary flying venomous scorpions. For us, it is even more dangerous than crossing the floating island. Dongbua Shueing, an old thief, and Uncle Fu all nodded. Meteor Bridge. Compared to the floating island, it was even more unsuitable for a large group of people to cross. For example, if 10 people were to cross together, there would be 10 deity level flying venomous scorpions and 100 ordinary flying venomous scorpions. Moving alone was instead very advantageous, relying on speed. They would rather fight with ordinary flying venomous scorpions than touch deity level flying venomous scorpions. Using all means at their disposal, they would quickly cross to the other half of the meteor bridge. This way, the flying venomous scorpions would not chase after them. The meteor bridge only needed to be crossed. There was no need to kill these flying venomous scorpions. A demigod that could suppress an era still had some hope of crossing. In this Crimson Rock Mountain, the further one went, the harsher the individual requirements would be. This is the plan. The flying venomous scorpions are known for their speed, and their flight is unpredictable. Everyone be careful. Persei said. Only Persei could keep up with the deity level flying venomous scorpions in terms of speed. Dongbua Shueing and the other 2 would not be able to keep up. Ordinary flying venomous scorpions could reach a speed of 600 kilometers per second, and they could change directions extremely quickly. Deity-level flying venomous scorpions could reach a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second. Everyone be careful. Dongbua Shueing also took a deep breath and was very serious. As long as they could cross the meteor bridge, there would be hope for them to get rid of the poison. He believed that with the rewards that Crimson Rock Mountain gave to outsiders, they would not be disappointed. Begin. Swoosh! Dongbua Shueing and the other 3 instantly flew at high speed along the meteor bridge. This time, Dongbua Shueing had completely entered the mirage. Because the flying venomous scorpions were relatively small, the effect of the gravity domain was even weaker. Moreover, the deity-level flying venomous scorpions were too powerful. If they were stabbed, he would probably die. Therefore, he naturally had to enter the mirage. As for the other 3 teams, they were watching Dongbua Shueing and the other 4 leave. After a while, they also followed behind, maintaining a distance of 10,000 kilometers so that they could observe the battle more accurately. What do you think about them? Can they cross the bridge alive? Last time they managed to survive. This time, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Under the attack of the deity-level flying venomous scorpions, Dongbua Shueing and Persei might not even be able to protect themselves. The meteor bridge was hundreds of millions of kilometers long. The first half of the bridge was filled with black meteorites, while the second half was filled with white meteorites. Dongbua Shueing and Persei's team flew for more than a day before they gradually approached the center of the meteor bridge. They could also see the white meteorites on the other half of the bridge. Rustle! Suddenly, a very low sound could be heard. It was the sound of flapping wings. Flying venomous scorpions began to fly out from the crevice of a huge black meteorite. These scorpions, excluding their slender tails, were all about 1/2 meter long. Their entire bodies were pitch black, and their wings were translucent. The scorpion tails were curved, and the tips of their tails glowed with a dim light. Among them, there was a very conspicuous poisonous scorpion whose entire body was faintly glowing with purple light. Its body was slightly smaller and according to the information, it was a deity-level flying venomous scorpion. The danger of the Crimson Rock Mountain was not insurmountable. These scorpions were only at the level of a newly ascended deity. Rustle, for purple-colored flying venomous scorpions and a group of ordinary flying venomous scorpions were flying in midair. Their protruding eyes were filled with ice-cold, killing intent as they stared at Dongbush Shuiying's team. These creatures were said to have been bred by some powerful existences in the deity world. They were not born naturally, but were bred for slaughter. Their bodies were incomparably hard, their teeth were extremely sharp, and the poison in their tails was even more terrifying. Their flying speed was also extremely fast. Moreover, the stronger the flying venomous scorpion, the smaller its body would be. In the deity world, some of the apex flying venomous scorpions were completely purple in color. When millions of them attacked, even a peak deity-level deity would be instantly devoured. Dongbush Shuiying's team of 4 stopped as well. The other ordinary flying venomous scorpions should not have noticed me. However, the deity-level flying venomous scorpions are observing me. Dongbush Shuiying transmitted his voice to Persei. Chunjiu didn't even have time to respond. The flying venomous scorpions had already started moving. Boom! An extremely low rumbling sound could be heard as the group of flying venomous scorpions instantly transformed into rays of light. It was as though a group of meteors had instantly streaked across the sky. Their speed was extremely fast, especially the first 4 rays of light, which were glowing with purple light. They were even more astonishingly fast. Asterisk. Chapter 3:14. Let's go. Persei, Dongbush Shuiying, an old thief, and Uncle Fu immediately rushed forward. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, demigods appeared out of thin air. Si Kong-yang, Mountain Lord He, Chiu Chi Bai, Great Elder Aolan, and the 3 priests of the demonic faction appeared one after another. 9 mirage avatars and 36 illusion avatars instantly appeared. At the same time, Shuiying's group split up. A group of people flew to the left of the flying venomous scorpions, while another group flew to the right of the flying venomous scorpions. Persei and Uncle Fu led their 9 mirage avatars and 16 illusion avatars. Dongbush Shuiying and an old thief led their 20 illusion avatars. According to their plan, Persei and Dongbush Shuiying were confident in dealing with the flying venomous scorpions by relying on their own strength. An old thief was also confident in dealing with the illusion avatars. Only Uncle Fu. Therefore, Persei personally led Uncle Fu. Boom! Boom! This group of flying venomous scorpions was also very intelligent. They instantly split into 2 groups and attacked. Furthermore, they were all staring at Persei, Uncle Fu, Dongbush Shuiying, and an old thief who appeared at the beginning. Ha ha ha, come, come. The old man with the goatee, an old thief, was very pleased. He wasn't afraid of ordinary flying venomous scorpions in a one-on-one battle. If he was besieged or encountered a deity rank flying venomous scorpion that was suffused with purple light, he would instantly switch between his illusion avatars. There were also 20 illusion avatars around him for him to switch between. This group of flying venomous scorpions couldn't harm him at all. Humph! Dongbush Shuiying also moved at high speed. Ordinary flying venomous scorpions couldn't enter the mirage at all. The 2 deity rank flying venomous scorpions quickly locked onto him. These 2 deity rank flying venomous scorpions actually flapped their wings and entered the mirage, causing Dongbush Shuiying's expression to slightly change. He also knew that at the level of deities, things like time and the mirage were no longer so mysterious. However, after the 2 flying venomous scorpions entered the ethereal realm, it was as if they had sunk into a swamp. Their flying speed was significantly reduced. They could only fly at a speed of 600 to 700 miles per second, which was almost the same as Dongbush Shuiying. Dong dong. Dongbush Shuiying wielded his spear, not daring to engage in a prolonged battle. He quickly rushed to the other side of the meteor bridge and used his spear to block the attacks of the flying venomous scorpion. Fortunately, the flying venomous scorpion was relatively weak in terms of attack techniques. It relied more on its flexibility and the sneak attacks of its scorpion tail. Inside the mirage, its attack power was greatly reduced due to the suppression of the mirage. Dongbua Shueing had an easy time blocking the attack. In 2 seconds, Dongbua Shueing reached the second half of the meteor bridge in the virtual realm. The long bridge, formed by the huge white meteors, made Dongbua Shueing feel much better. Haha, this time I feel much more relaxed than when I was on the floating island. An old thief also reached the white meteor and laughed. Dongbua Shueing, thank you. Fortunately, you attracted the attention of the 2 flying venomous scorpions. Otherwise, I would have been in even more trouble. The flying venomous scorpions attacked you, but they couldn't hit you. That's why they attacked me, Dongbua Shueing said. Sigh, even if they couldn't hit me once, what about 10 or 100 times? Their speed is too fast and their attacks are strange. My mirage doppelganger has to be within 100 meters. 100 meters? For the flying venomous scorpions, it's only a matter of seconds. If they happen to attack my mirage doppelganger, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to react in time, an old thief lamented. Relying on the mirage doppelganger's transformation was purely dodging. If one was unlucky and got hit, it would be over. For example, Dongbua Shueing and Persei were facing the flying venomous scorpions head-on. There was no luck involved. They're here as well. Dongbua Shueing looked to the other side. Uncle Fu's body was emitting golden light that illuminated the surroundings. Under the illumination of the golden light, countless runic patterns could be faintly seen on the ground. As for Persei, his eyes were filled with killing intent. His 8 arms became 10 meters long as he swept them in all directions. He was completely blocking the flying venomous scorpions head-on. The 2 flying venomous scorpions were completely blocked by him. The ordinary flying venomous scorpions were much less of a threat. Although some occasionally passed through his palms, Uncle Fu's strength was not weak. Just like that, he spent a few more seconds than Dongbua Shueing and the others before landing on the white meteor. The flying venomous scorpions that were chasing them also stopped. Ha ha ha, the 2 of you are really fast. The bald, yellow-robed old man, Uncle Fu, laughed loudly. Persei, on the other hand, had a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Don't be happy too early. The final obstacle at the end of the meteor bridge is the most difficult. Persei said, be it the stone sculpture guards of Floating Sky Island or the flying venomous scorpions, their attack laws and profound mysteries are very ordinary. But at the end of the meteor bridge, our opponents are extremely powerful when it comes to laws and profound mysteries. N. Dongbua Shueing nodded. The final obstacle. After passing through the meteor bridge, he should be able to detoxify himself. As long as he detoxified himself, he believed that with his current realm, he could immediately awaken his primordial bloodline a second time. His body would become tyrannical, and he would enter the demigod realm. With the demigod battle chi powering his armor, his defense would be greatly improved. Moreover, without the voodoo poison, he would be able to wholeheartedly deduce his true intent. Currently, his 3 true intents were all at the peak of the second stage. However, he could not wholeheartedly deduce them. They were all naturally improved when he cultivated his spear arts. As long as he could deduce them wholeheartedly, he might be able to break through and reach the 3rd stage. As long as I detoxify myself, I might be able to make use of the uniqueness of Crimson Rock Mountain to cultivate. Dongbua Shueing already had a plan in mind. The interior of Crimson Rock Mountain was very large, and there were many special areas. Xia, people had long been explored by many demigods. Everything has to be detoxified. Dongbua Shueing's group safely passed through. The 3 groups behind them also began to separate. First was Meishin Master's group. Powerful. Dongbua Shue-ing, Persei, and the others watched from afar. Maishin Master led the white-robed girl and the black-robed man. The black-robed man's hands were covered with black claws. His hands seemed to contain endless darkness that could devour and annihilate everything. The white-robed girl held a sword in her hand. The sword light was dazzling as she blocked those flying venomous scorpions. The most powerful was still Maishin Master. The space around Maishin Master was distorted, causing the flying venomous scorpions' attacks to deviate. The closer they got, the more they felt like they were sinking into a swamp. Maishin Master's attacks, on the other hand, were incomparably exquisite. Every move of his was incomparably precise. The efficiency he displayed was almost comparable to Persei, who had 8 arms. The complete, true meaning of space. The utilization of the surrounding space is too powerful, Persei said. His 2 companions are not bad either. They are quite strong. Maishin Master's group safely passed through again. All of them were alive. Congratulations, Dongbua Shue-ing and Persei said when Maishin Master's group arrived. Same to you. The Maishin clan master smiled faintly. Currently, both of their teams were still alive. Both groups continued to watch the later stages. But this time, Tianlan, you go first. The golden-clothed youth, Ken Huang's sword light crisscrossed the surroundings. By himself, he was able to entangle 2 deity-ranked flying venomous scorpions. Even some ordinary flying venomous scorpions were blocked by him. Although that tall and muscular man was very strong, he was much weaker in terms of speed. Just 12 ordinary flying venomous scorpions were enough to stop him from passing through. The only person in their group who was able to use a deity-ranked scroll was the seductive woman from before. Ken Huang and this tall and muscular man, Tianlan, were both transcendent knights. Quick! Ken Huang grew anxious. Who? Things might change if they delayed. Although a deity-ranked flying venomous scorpion was entangled by the sword light, it still swung out its tail. The tail was like a phantom. It was 7 to 8 meters long, and it directly pierced into the tall and muscular man's back. The tip of the scorpion's tail pierced through the armor, causing the poison to instantly erupt. The tall and muscular man's face immediately turned purple. The other ordinary flying venomous scorpions immediately surged forward and began to chew on him. The defense of the pierced armor was greatly reduced, and in the blink of an eye, the tall and muscular man was completely devoured. No. The golden-clothed youth, Ken Huang, seemed to have gone mad. By himself, he was crazily killing the flying venomous scorpions. But these flying venomous scorpions, even if they were ordinary, had indestructible bodies. They were simply unkillable. The golden-clothed youth, Ken Huang, could only come to the white meteorite in the end. Sigh. Dongbua Shue-ing and Maishin Master's group both sighed inwardly. This Ken Huang was truly pitiful. 2 of his companions had died one after another on the floating island and the meteorite bridge. Furthermore, the only transcendent mage, Shuewei, had died under the siege of the stone sculpture guardians. If Shuewei was still alive, she could have used a deity-ranked scroll. Then, as long as the tall and muscular man named Tianlan increased his speed, it would have been much easier for him to resist the flying venomous scorpions. Big brother, big brother. Ken Huang knelt on the ground of the enormous white meteorite. The meteorite was cold, but his heart was even colder. Shuewei was his big sister. She was already a transcendent when he was captured by the temporal temple as a mortal. As for Tianlan, he had met him even earlier. They grew up step by step, and in the early days, Tianlan had protected him like a big brother. How can this be? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like this. Ken Huang's body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with terror. His eyes were red, and he was even somewhat hysterical. All of them had died. Even if he survived, what could he do? Maishin Master, who was watching from the side, sighed inwardly. Many of the temporal temple's reincarnators would easily go to extremes. It was precisely because they were pushed to the brink of death that he had encountered a similar situation. Back then, when his true love died, he was filled with grief and indignation, which was why he decided to leave the temporal temple and accept 3 hell-ranked missions. Maishin Master sighed and said, Ken Huang, the legendary almighty of the deity realm, he transcended time and space, transcended all the restrictions of the rules. He was omnipotent. Even if he died, he could revive from the river of time. Don't be discouraged. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Ken Huang's body trembled. His originally blood-red eyes gradually recovered. He said in a low voice, Yes, as long as I am alive, there is hope. Chapter 315. The golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, looked at the Maishin Master. Thank you. There's nothing to thank me for. Most of the people in the temporal temple are pitiful people. The Maishin Master shook his head. They were forcefully captured and sent to experience countless life and death situations. Many of them had their minds twisted and turned into demons. Those who didn't turn into demons were mostly sick. But to the temporal temple, it doesn't care. It only wants to nurture experts, just like how the deity world nurtures the insects. Persei added, One of them is to let the poisonous insects kill each other. By letting countless poisonous insects kill each other, the last survivor will be the strongest. The rest will all die. The temporal temple did the same. Sigh, I really envy Brother Wu Huang. The golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, said, You broke free from its restraints. I also saw through it. My heart turned cold. I would rather die than accept 3 hell-ranked missions. The Maishin Master said. Although the golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, had suffered a huge blow, he had endured the oppression of the temporal temple for a long time. He had already endured the pain and regained his fighting spirit. He wanted to continue walking on this path and walk further, so that he could revive his comrades who had gone through life and death with him. Dongbo Shui-ing watched from the side. He was still fine. Due to his high talent, the temporal temple couldn't force him. To be honest, he didn't like the temporal temple's forceful tactics. But the master behind the temporal temple was one of the strongest existences in the entire abyss and deity world. He was the strongest in the aspect of space-time. He possessed absolute power. Perhaps there were many people in the deity world who didn't like the temporal temple. There were definitely many people like the Maishin Master who had a huge grudge against the temporal temple. But what could they do? The temporal temple operated as usual. The mortals and transcendents from the billions of worlds, the deity world, and the abyss were still being forcefully captured. As they were chatting, the last team, which was the golden-armored youth, Wu Mahai's team, had charged through the winged venomous scorpions and arrived at the latter half of the meteor bridge. Amazing. This was the first time Dongbo Shui had seen Wu Mahai in action from such a close distance. One word to describe it: quick. When Wu Mahai battled, he transformed into a ray of golden light, moving at an astonishing speed. Among the captains that Dongbo Shui had observed, Wu Mahai was definitely the fastest. He was definitely faster than the lords of Ulan, Maishin Master, Persei, and Ken Huang. His speed was so fast that even Dongbo Shui was shocked. This was pure speed. In addition to his speed, he also had a destructive attack. His weapons were 2 blades. Each of his hands was holding a saber. The tall and skinny man, Bahan, cultivated dark magic and was quite strong. With the 2 of them working together, they successfully passed without using a god-level scroll. Yet another one with an extremely strong attack. Dongbo Shui looked at Wu Mahai and sighed inwardly. None of them were easy to deal with. All of them had grasped hold of 2 grade 2 true meanings, and their teamwork was quite good. He was praising others. What he did not know was that those few were similarly shocked by Dongbo Shui. After all, during the battle, Dongbo Shui had always been in the mirage. To fight against Dongbo Shui, once an attack passed through the mirage, its power would be greatly reduced. As for Dongbua Shuiying's attacks, their power was not reduced at all. More importantly, Dongbua Shuiying had grasped hold of a secret skill, and his potential was much greater than theirs. Their current threshold was the threshold from the peak of the stage 3 realm to the deity heart realm. This was the biggest threshold that many transcendents could not break even when they died. Condensing a deity heart and opening a deity sea were the two major thresholds for becoming a deity. For those with a grade 2 true meaning, as long as they condensed a grade 2 deity heart, they would be able to open a deity sea easily. Thus, the only threshold for them to become a deity was to reach the deity heart realm. However, this step was extremely difficult. It required them to integrate all of their previous comprehensions into a perfect whole. Dongbua Shuiying was currently at the peak of the stage 2 realm. This was considered a small bottleneck. As long as he had some more comprehensions, he would be able to break through it with time. The 4 teams flew at high speed along the surface of the enormous white meteors. The largest of these white meteors had a diameter of several hundred kilometers, while the smaller ones were only a few kilometers in diameter. They were all connected to each other, leading to the end. At the end, they could see a towering, sky-reaching vine. Its height was difficult to calculate, and it seemed to have pierced through the entire starry sky. Dongbua Shuiying and his team flew at the very front. Time passed. Far away, Dongbua Shuiying and his team had flown for several hours, but they were still flying. It's much bigger than the entire Xia people's world. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the dark void beside him. The dark void beside the meteor bridge looked ordinary, but in reality, there were turbulent undercurrents. The might of the undercurrents was extremely great. The ancestors of the Xia people had tried to throw out some transcendent weapons, materials, etc. However, if they threw them too far, they would be smashed into powder by the undercurrents and turned into nothingness. According to the information provided by Persei, the undercurrents in the starry sky could even crush deity weapons. This was also why they had to travel along the meteor bridge. They had to pass through the sky-reaching vine. The final obstacle has arrived. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the long bridge formed by countless white meteors. At the end of the bridge was the final obstacle, which was also the most difficult one. Swordsman. If he were to move alone, he would have to face a silver-armored swordsman. If the 4 of them moved together, they would be 4 swordsmen. One must know that they had to face a large number of stone sculpture guards on the floating island. Previously, they had to face a team of winged, venomous scorpions alone. However, at the end of the meteor bridge, there was only 1 swordsman. Why? Because this silver-armored swordsman was really strong. It was a deity warrior comparable to a newly ascended deity. Moreover, it was said that it had grasped the profound mysteries of the laws of the Divine Moon Heart. The Divine Moon Heart was a 3rd-grade deity heart. It seemed to be at the same level as General Ku Meng, Nua Nua, and Bahan, and an old thief, but the opponent's foundation was too strong. This was a true deity warrior. Its pure strength and speed had already reached an astonishing level. Perhaps it was even above the lords of Ulan, Persei, and the Maishan Master. Its body was indestructible, and coupled with this profound mysteries of the laws, it was not inferior to a true deity. 1-on-1, fortunately, there was no need to defeat it. They only needed to think of a way to pass through the meteor bridge. Old thief, Uncle Fu, be careful. As long as we pass through here, we will be able to escape. As long as we pass through here, we'll pass through the sky-reaching vine. After you help me in the early stages, you can return. Persei said, your mission will be considered complete. However, be careful. This time, we will be facing 4 silver-armored swordsmen. Uncle Fu and an old thief nodded. Crimson Rock Mountain had 2 main tests. The first test, the floating island and the meteor bridge, was the most basic. For Persei, Dongbua Shuiying, the lords of Ulan, and the Maishan Master, it would be easier if they acted alone. Bringing companions would instead require them to take care of themselves. However, it was different in the second test. Uncle Fu could use a deity scroll to help his villain master, and an old thief could use the illusion doppelganger to help investigate. They were all assistants. After helping them in the early stages, they could return. Because the further they went, the higher the individual requirements would be, and they would not be able to continue following. Therefore, they were brought along in the first test in order to help on the sky-reaching vine. Brother Persei, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to take care of the silver-armored swordsman. Dongbua Shuang said, I will use the illusion doppelganger to confuse them as much as possible. I'm afraid I can't do anything else. Understood. Persei smiled and nodded. The silver-armored swordsman, one-on-one, was very difficult. This was also why he was very worried about Uncle Fu and an old thief. Although an old thief had the illusion doppelganger, the silver-armored swordsman's saber light was too fast. The deity realm deity soldier's speed was already very fast, and the saber light displayed by the lunar deity heart was like a crescent moon, flashing and disappearing. Perhaps it wouldn't be difficult to kill 8 or 10 illusion doppelganger within 100 meters. Uncle Fu was even more dangerous. Persei could only think of relying on his 8-armed strength to help an old thief and Uncle Fu as much as possible. In the second half of the meteor bridge, they flew continuously for more than a day before finally reaching the end. At the end of the white meteor bridge stood 4 silver-armored swordsmen. The silver armor on their bodies was simple and unadorned, very similar to the color of the white meteor. Their faces looked as if they had been carved by a knife and chiseled by an axe, and each of them had a saber on their back. The 4 silver-armored swordsmen stood side by side, separated by 1 li from each other, coldly looking at Dongbua Shuiying's group of 4. Moving alone, you guys have a better chance. Moving together will cooperate, said one of the silver-armored swordsmen. Persei, Dongbua Shuiying, and the others didn't utter a word. If they moved alone, the 2 of them would be very relaxed, but Uncle Fu and an old thief would be in danger. If they moved together, Persei could at least protect his companions, and Dongbua Shuiying wouldn't be distracted. Although he might be able to make a move if it was within his ability, he definitely had to protect himself first. Who? Dongbua Shuiying's group of 4 instantly turned into streams of light and rushed up. At the same time, a group of illusion doppelganger and mirage doppelganger appeared. At the same time, Dongbua Shuiying also disappeared into the mirage. Mirage? Leave this to me. One of the silver-armored swordsmen's body flashed. As a deity rank deity world soldier, his body was special, and he easily entered the mirage. Chapter 316. Dongbua Shuiying didn't bother with him. His figure transformed into a stream of light and rapidly rushed out of the meteor bridge. Shua. The silver-armored swordsman's speed was also extremely fast. Facing Dongbua Shuiying, in practically a flash, the 2 approached each other. What followed was an ice-cold saber light that resembled a crescent moon. Yes, this saber light was extremely cold. When this crescent moon-like saber light lit up, even the space within the mirage began to freeze. This ice-cold crescent saber light directly chopped towards Dongbua Shuiying's throat. Scram! The long spear suddenly rumbled. Faintly, it was as if a huge star had suddenly expanded and erupted with a dazzling radiance. Following that, it suddenly collapsed, and the dazzling radiance that erupted also abruptly shrank into a point. This point, it transformed into the spearhead of this long spear. The spearhead contained a vortex-like gravitational force, attracting that crescent moon saber light to approach him. That crescent moon saber light emitted a terrifying cold air that assaulted him. The gravitational force of the vortex suddenly turned into a repulsive force. Under the rapid transformation of the gravitational and repulsive forces, the crescent moon saber light's direction was affected. Chi. The long spear's shaft brushed past the saber light, and the spearhead directly pierced the silver-armored swordsman's chest. Dang! The silver-armored swordsman directly staggered backwards. He couldn't help but look at this transcendent in astonishment. Although the mirage was different from the real world and was affected everywhere, causing his speed and strength to be somewhat weaker, and his overall strength could only be displayed at 70 to 80%. But the profoundness of that spear, he had to admit, was already above his saber arts. Dong Shui also felt the true meaning of star on the surface of his body slightly tremble under the cold air's assault. Fortunately, the true meaning of star protecting his body hadn't collapsed. Moreover, he still had the armor transformed from the green-armored protector. Extreme Een, worthy of being called the Extreme Een and Extreme Cold. Just the cold air it emits is already so astonishing. If I'm really struck, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. This thought flashed through Dong Shuiying's mind, but he didn't stop his movement technique, rushing towards the meteor bridge at high speed. Don't even think of leaving. The silver-armored swordsman, whose body had staggered, immediately pounced forward again and brandished his blade. He had no experience just now, but now that he knew the strangeness of the spear technique, he was also prepared. Uncle Fu, an old thief. Hurry, hurry, you two, leave quickly. Persei had 8 arms, and in an instant, all 8 of his gray metallic arms had the vague image of a dragon's head. His attacks were extremely exquisite, and according to Dong Shuiying's judgment, the 8 dragons' true intent should be a variant of the true intent of life and death. After all, the laws of heaven and earth contain countless profundities, and these countless profundities ultimately combine to form the complete laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, in theory, any profound mystery could be fused. As a result, it was entirely possible for some relatively unique and unknown true meanings to appear. However, it was usually possible to find similar ones. The 8 dragons' true intent was similar to the true intent of life and death. Although each move contained many deathly killing moves, it also contained endless vitality. As a result, all his moves were perfect. His 8 arms were like the perfect cycle of life and death. The other 3 silver-armored swordsmen also made a simple exchange and immediately determined that although they had the advantage in strength and speed, Persei was stronger in the profound mysteries of the laws, and he also had 8 arms. Even if the 3 of them attacked together, they would only be able to suppress this demigod, and it would be difficult for them to obtain victory. As a result, they immediately turned to deal with Uncle Fu and an old thief. Don't even think about leaving. Persei was incomparably dauntless, rapidly approaching an old thief and Uncle Fu. At the same time, his 8 arms tangled with the silver-armored guards. The silver-armored swordsman wanted to kill Uncle Fu and an old thief, and Persei was on the side. Naturally, they had to fight. The 2 sides fought at close quarters. The silver-armored swordsmen were weakened in the mirage, but their strength wasn't reduced in the real world. Every time they exchanged blows, Persei's arms were shaken to the point of retreating. For a moment, he could only do his best to tangle with 2 silver-armored guards. There was still one that charged towards Uncle Fu. Whoosh! A layer of black light circulated on the surface of Uncle Fu's body, and he held a shield in his hand. Block. He used the shield to block the silver-armored swordsman's attack. Under the impact, Uncle Fu borrowed the force to fly even faster towards the other side of the meteor bridge. "Wanna leave?" The silver-armored swordsman sneered as he caught up with extreme speed. The sword in his hand brandished again. Although Uncle Fu tried his best to block with the shield, the silver-armored swordsman's sword technique was strange and unpredictable, and it was also fast. Very quickly, 3 blades landed on his body. The protective black light on the surface of his body began to tremble. After 3 blades, the protective black light completely collapsed. Old Baldy. The old man with the goatee, an old thief, transformed into an illusion doppelganger and deliberately confused the silver-armored swordsman. But it was useless. The silver-armored swordsman was staring at Uncle Fu. It didn't care about him at all. Pow! The demigod rank shield in Uncle Fu's hand was directly sent flying by the strike. Both of his hands were somewhat numb. It couldn't be helped. Before, his body had been hit 3 times, but the shield had withstood more than 10 attacks. The power of each attack was stronger than that of Percy I and the Lords of Ulan. Fortunately, the power of Uncle Fu's true meaning was strong enough, so he could borrow the shield to continuously block many attacks. But in the end, he still couldn't withstand it. Whoosh! Another blade chopped down. Uncle Fu revealed a look of despair. It was too fast. He didn't even have time to use a god-rank scroll. A god-rank scroll needed to be taken out, torn, and guided with mana. Under the lightning-fast blade light of the silver-armored swordsman, the previous blade had sent his shield flying, and the next blade followed. How could he make it in time? I'm going to die like this? No, the god-rank scroll is still on me. Uncle Fu was anxious. He was the only transcendent mage in the team of 3. Uncle Fu! Percy I anxiously rushed over, but he still didn't make it in time. Not good. Dongbua Shuang, who was in the mirage, also didn't make it in time. After all, the battle was too fast. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Uncle Fu. It was the old man with the goatee. Only he could instantly switch with the help of the illusion doppelganger and save Uncle Fu in time. The old man with the goatee, an old thief, held a dagger in his hand and blocked the blade like lightning. Pum! He blocked it. The crescent, moon-like, curved blade chopped down on the dagger, but the terrifying power contained in the curved blade exploded. It directly pressed down on the dagger and continued to chop down on the old man with the goatee, although he was wearing a demigod robe. The terrifying power contained in this blade still passed through the robe and struck the old man with the goatee. His whole body was thrown back, and his eyes were wide open. This time, it was the real body that came to block it. It was impossible for the illusion doppelganger to block it. Percy I, who had quickly rushed over, immediately waved his arm. His arm angrily swatted at the silver-armored swordsman. The silver-armored swordsman blocked it with his blade, but he staggered backward. At this time, Uncle Fu, carrying an old thief, immediately fled toward the other end of the meteor bridge. In this short instant, he had already escaped. Let's go. Percy I also immediately fled. At the other end of the meteor bridge, they stepped onto the muddy ground. Dongbua Shuang was the first to arrive, followed by Uncle Fu, who was carrying an old thief. An old thief! Uncle Fu, carrying an old thief, was incomparably anxious. An old thief, how are you? Percy I hurriedly rushed over. The old man with the goatee grinned, helping the manor master. Just as he said these words, his whole body completely disintegrated, turning into nothingness. Under that terrifying attack, an old thief's body couldn't withstand it at all. The particle level was completely destroyed. Only his powerful soul forcibly maintained his body, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he collapsed and was annihilated. Why are you so stupid? The eyes of the bald old man, Uncle Fu, were filled with tears. You clearly knew that you couldn't block it, yet you still came to block it. An old thief, an old thief, an old thief had grasped the true meaning of illusions. This true meaning caused an old thief's own power to not be strong, and he didn't have an advantage in terms of power. Just like how the Mirage was weak in terms of attack power, although illusions were slightly better, they were still weak. An old thief's attack power was comparable to the top 3 of the Xia people's demigod list. It was just that his original body's illusions were ever-changing, extremely strong in terms of survival, and extremely strong in assassination. I know that an old thief thinks that I'm a transcendent mage and that I'm more useful to the manor master. Uncle Fu shed tears. In the flying sword manner, he and an old thief were like brothers. Persei's eyes were also slightly red. Uncle Fu was his elder, and an old thief was also his elder. He didn't expect to die here. Damn it, if his strength was a bit stronger, it would be great if he could tie down 3 silver armored swordsmen. The teams behind also came one by one. The Maishin Master's team was separated. The black-clothed man used a god-level scroll to move alone and successfully passed. The Maishin Master also successfully passed with the white-robed girl. Everyone in their team was still alive. The golden-clothed youth, Ken Huang, was alone, so he naturally passed. The last team, Wu Mahai and his companion, the tall and thin man, Bahan, also died under the silver armored swordsman. In the end, Wu Mahai wasn't 8 arms, and he wasn't good at long-range attacks, so he could only deal with 1 silver armored swordsman. And although Bahan's strength was quite strong, when he was almost at the bridge, he was still killed in 1 slash. For teams, the Maishin Master's team was intact. Dongbua Shueing and Persei's team lost 1 person. The teams of Wu Mahai and the golden-clothed youth, Ken Huang, were both the only ones left. They're all here. The atmosphere was clearly more oppressive. The Maishin Master, the only one in good condition, opened his mouth and said, "Everyone understands that entering Crimson Rock Mountain is a gamble of life and death. Now that we've already passed the Meteor Bridge, in front is the foot of the sky-reaching vine. There we should be able to obtain some things we need." The master of Crimson Rock Mountain, back in the God Realm, he used Crimson Rock Mountain to recruit disciples, attracting countless demigods. This first segment was actually a kind of gift. As long as one came, a demigod with decent strength or good luck would receive some rewards and gifts after passing through the Meteor Bridge. As for the sky-reaching vine, that was the true cruel selection of disciples. Let's go. Looking at the gloomy land ahead, as well as the towering sky-reaching vine in the distance, Dongbua Shueing opened his mouth and said, "Let's go." The Maishin Master, Dongbua Shueing, Persei, the golden-clothed youth, Ken Huang, Wu Mahai, the white-clothed girl, the black-clothed man, and Uncle Fu all walked in the direction of the sky-reaching vine. Although the losses were great, they had already thought about it before coming. Since it had happened, they could only accept it. Continue forward. Chapter 317. The muddy ground gave off a muddy smell, and there were weeds and wildflowers growing around it. This group of 8 people from the deity world, the temporal temple, and the mortal world were walking towards the towering, sky-reaching vine. Among the 8 of them, the one who was the most nervous was Dongbua Shueing. This was because the goals of the other 7 people were very clear. They all had to walk up the entire sky-reaching vine, pass through all the dangers, and successfully enter the next layer of space. Only then would they be able to obtain the treasures desired by the world deity level existences behind them. As long as I can successfully detoxify the poison, I'll be able to fully focus on deducing the 3 true meanings to the stage 3 realm as soon as possible. My strength in all aspects will increase by leaps and bounds, and I'll probably be slightly stronger than the Maishin Master and the others. Dongbua Shueing's heart was filled with anticipation. At that time, with my strength, I'll definitely be qualified to obtain many treasures in Crimson Rock Mountain. The treasures I obtain will definitely be much more than Ancestor Black Wind. Why was Patriarch Black Wind unwilling back then? Why did he want to go in again? It was because he had been forced to leave Crimson Rock Mountain when danger descended upon him. His strength was much stronger than Black Wind ancestors, especially after he had detoxified the poison. He would definitely be able to obtain a lot more. It might even be more powerful than the entire Xia people. Dongbua Shueing's heart was filled with nervousness. Although the sky-reaching vine was towering, it could be seen from afar. However, it still took them more than an hour to reach the bottom of the sky-reaching vine. At the bottom of the sky-reaching vine, countless twisted roots protruded out of the soil like huge snakes. Most of the roots were deeply rooted in the soil. This floating continent is millions of miles in diameter, and it's almost completely permeated by the roots of the sky-reaching vine. Persei said from the side, and this is under the control of the deity realm's almighty beings. Otherwise, the sky-reaching vine's roots would be able to reach a much larger area. I understand. Isn't it said that most of the world deities are no match for it? Dongbo Shui-ing said. The 8 of them finally stopped. They all looked ahead, waiting. Dongbo Shui-ing tried his best to suppress his emotions. Suddenly, on the main branch of the sky-reaching vine that was tens of thousands of miles thick, a figure gradually appeared. She was peerlessly beautiful, with green hair, green skin, and clothes made of green leaves. He exuded a gentle aura. This green-haired lady was barefooted. Other than her green skin, her appearance was even more beautiful than any living creature that Dongbo Shui-ing had ever seen. Furthermore, this green-haired woman had a very special aura. It was an extremely transcendent and mysterious aura. It was as if he was in a mysterious world. Young transcendence. The green-haired woman slowly descended barefoot to the ground. She smiled and said, "My name is Shiwei. Congratulations on being able to stand in front of me. According to the Holy Master's orders, all transcendents who can come before me will have a chance to receive a gift from him. Tell me, what do you want? Weapons, treasures, secret techniques, or cultivation caves? As long as you want something, you can ask for it. We will try our best to satisfy you." Senior Shiwei, the golden-armored youth, Wu Ma Hai, bowed respectfully. "I wish to watch creation of heaven and earth." They did not dare to be impudent. This senior Shiwei was in fact an incarnation of the sky-reaching vine. This sky-reaching vine was a world deity life form, and it was said that it was extremely powerful even amongst world deities. Ordinary world deities would not be able to withstand its attacks and might even lose their lives. How could these little transcendents dare to be impudent? If they offended a senior, they would be killed immediately. It would be too late for regrets. Watch creation of heaven and earth. Senior Shiwei laughed. This Brett really knows how to choose. Go. Wang. A ripple enveloped Wu Ma Hai, and Wu Ma Hai disappeared. What about you guys? Senior Shiwei looked at the others. Senior Shiwei, I also wish to watch creation of heaven and earth. The white-robed girl said respectfully, "Creation of heaven and earth. I also wish to watch creation of heaven and earth." Creation of heaven and earth. All of them quickly made their choice. Without any hesitation, they all chose to watch creation of heaven and earth. Dongbo Shui-ing watched from the side as they made their choice. The Xia people had collected a lot of information over the years, and many of the otherworldly visitors had even traded with the Xia people. The Xia people's information included an introduction to creation of heaven and earth. Legend had it that the powerful existences of the deity world could transcend all laws, possessing unfathomable abilities. For example, one could not say their true name, but the moment it was said, they would be able to sense it. They could even instantly kill those who were separated by a great distance. The ability to resurrect the dead was well known. Every single powerful existence, even the temporal temple, which could be said to be a top-notch deity weapon, could not protect a reincarnator in front of a powerful existence. Powerful existences could similarly split the heavens and earth and open up a brand new world. When the heavens and earth were split, the countless laws and profound mysteries of a brand new world would gradually form. This was an extremely good opportunity to comprehend it. Of course, to personally watch a powerful existence of the deity world create a new world was extremely difficult. In the Crimson Rock Mountain, the person who requested to watch it was an imprint left behind by the original owner of the Crimson Rock Mountain. As long as one used their mental energy to sense it, they would be able to watch the scene of creation of heaven and earth. Although it was not as good as watching it with one's own eyes, it was still a rare opportunity. In the deity world, or the dark abyss, it was extremely rare for one to experience such an imprint. This was because only powerful existences could painstakingly leave an imprint behind, and it was impossible for them to sell it publicly. Thus, it was very rare for transcendents to have a chance to watch it. Little fellow, you're the only one left. The green-haired woman, Senior Shiwei, looked at Dongbua Shuang. At this moment, the other 7 had already been teleported away to watch the creation of heaven and earth. Dongbua Shuang took a deep breath and said, Senior Shiwei, I want an antidote to cure the 6 ghosts' resentment hexing poison in my body. Cure? The green-haired woman, Senior Shiwei, lightly shook her head. The 6 ghosts' resentment hexing poison is a hexing poison that only a peak-stage deity poison master can concoct. The fact that you passed the floating island's meteor bridge was only the simplest of tests. Although the sacred ancestor will give you a gift, there is a limit to the value of this gift. They are only demigod-ranked treasures, but the antidote is already more valuable than the gift I can give you. No, although I was afflicted with the 6 ghosts' resentment hexing poison, it was only a stab from the sorcerer god's saber, so its toxicity is much weaker. It isn't the original hexing poison, Dongbua Shuang said hurriedly. He was very clear about the value of the gift. If it was the original 6 ghosts' resentment hexing poison, he definitely wouldn't be able to cure it. But the one he had was a weakened version. Thus, Dongbua Shuang had always held on to hope. Little fellow, I can see through the hexing poison with a single glance, the green-haired woman, Shiwei said. There's no need for you to explain. Although it isn't the original hexing poison, the antidote for it still exceeds the value of the gift. I have no choice. Chapter 318. It doesn't have to be an antidote, as long as it can be detoxified. Any method is fine, Dongbua Shuang said anxiously. Even suppressing the poison is fine. Suppressing the poison? Aren't you taking the 100 bitter restoration antidote? This is already the most suitable method. The green-haired Shiwei shook her head. Could it be that your Crimson Rock Mountain can't even detoxify a weakened version of the 6 ghosts' resentment? Dongbua Shuang was really anxious. He knew, after passing the simplest and most basic test, there was a limit to the value of the gifts given to the transcendents. But things like watching creation of the heavens and earth, or cultivation abode, were actually very valuable. It was very difficult to exchange 10 or even 100 deity artifacts for such an opportunity. However, creation of the heavens and earth was something that Crimson Rock Mountain already had. Watching it once wouldn't be a loss to Crimson Rock Mountain. The cultivation abode was also something that Crimson Rock Mountain already had. Allowing transcendents to enter and cultivate, there wouldn't be any loss to the cultivation abode. Therefore, Crimson Rock Mountain was willing. Dongbua Shuang felt that Crimson Rock Mountain should be able to detoxify the weakened version of the 6 ghosts' resentment. After all, this place represented a powerful existence of the deity realm. Apart from the antidote, there are naturally other methods to detoxify the poison, Shiwei said. The green-haired woman, Senior Shiwei, said, however, those methods far exceed the value of the antidote. Dongbua Shuang didn't know what to say. Is there really no other way? Dongbua Shuang asked again. No. Hearing this answer, Dongbua Shuang went silent. In fact, he had mentally prepared himself for this. Previously, when he told Persei and the others about obtaining treasures through the meteor bridge, he only said that he hoped to obtain the antidote. It was only a hope. He didn't have absolute confidence, but he had always felt that Crimson Rock Mountain was incomparably mysterious and powerful, and that a small amount of 6 ghosts' resentment should be able to detoxify it. But reality proved him wrong. This was a terrifying peak deity level poison. Even if it was weakened, detoxifying it wasn't that easy. It seems that I have to follow another plan, Dongbua Shuai-ing thought to himself. Why did he want to move with the other teams? He was worried that he wouldn't be able to detoxify the poison after crossing the meteor bridge. He had many plans. The first plan, the easiest way, was to pass the basic test and successfully detoxify the poison under the sky-reaching vine. After that, Dongbua Shuai-ing would first cultivate and try to break through to the third stage realm as soon as possible. After that, he would go on an adventure on the first leaf of the sky-reaching vine, thinking of ways to obtain various treasures. Sky-reaching vine, there were a total of 5 huge vine leaves. Each vine leaf was much larger than a planet. The first vine leaf was filled with danger, as well as countless fortuitous encounters. For example, ancestor black winds, god, world soldiers, and corpses of god world creatures were all obtained from the first vine leaf. However, due to the dangers involved, Ancestor Blackwind was forced to crush the talisman and was immediately escorted out of Crimson Rock Mountain. Talisman, it was a treasure that every person who passed the basic test would receive from Senior Shuai before challenging the Sky-Reaching Vine. The Sky-Reaching Vine was too dangerous. The higher one went, the more difficult it became. Even demigods at the level of Persei and Maisha Master had a very slim chance of making it through. However, when they encountered danger, they could crush the talisman and choose to give up. If they gave up, they could leave with their lives intact. Thus, although Crimson Rock Mountain was dangerous back in the deity world, except for those who were too crazy on the Sky-Reaching Vine, most of the cautious ones would crush the talisman in time to save their lives. Of course, Persei and Maishan Master were different. They had all received orders from world deities and had all signed oaths. Thus, they could not choose to give up. They had to reach the higher level alive and obtain the treasures the world deities needed. If they failed, even if they used the talisman to leave, they would die under the penalty of the oath. The first and second vine leaves have many fortuitous encounters. Dongbua Shuai-ing thought, Xia people's senior demigods, there was an extremely small number who entered the first vine leaf and left with treasures. When danger arrived, they would crush the talisman immediately. Thus, for those demigods of Xia people, the most basic test was the most difficult. Xia people have rarely passed the most basic test in the past 1,000,000 years, Dongbua Shuai thought. However, Senior Chao-Ching was extremely lucky and successfully made it here. Every 3,000 years, there would be a few who would enter and try. Xia people had accumulated a lot of demigods over the past 1,000,000 years. However, the basic test was too difficult. The floating sky island and the meteor bridge were simply places of despair for ordinary demigods. Thus, only the top 3 demigods or era suppressors would take the risk and try their luck here, according to probability. For era suppressors, only 1 out of 10 would make it through alive. As for the top 3 demigods, only 1 out of 2 or 300 would make it through alive. Senior Chao-Ching was such a lucky one. Chao-Ching's method was the method Xia people's demigods often used, driving a demigod-ranked flying boat. A demigod-ranked flying boat was very difficult to destroy. Thus, it could withstand several attacks from the stone sculpture guards, flying venomous scorpions and silver-armored swordsmen. It was better to be attacked than to be stopped. However, if one was stopped and trapped, one would definitely die. One had to rely on speed, rush over at the fastest speed. The floating sky island was relatively better. The stone sculpture guards only moved at a speed of 50 kilometers per second. If one were to attempt it alone, the number of stone sculpture guards would not be too ridiculous. If one were to attempt it alone, with luck, one would be able to make it through. As for the flying venomous scorpions, the 10 ordinary flying venomous scorpions had weak attacking techniques. Only the god-ranked flying venomous scorpions were more difficult to deal with. The silver-armored swordsman was the most difficult. The silver-armored swordsman's saber technique realm was very high. Once one was entangled by him and the flying boat slowed down, one would definitely die. Chao-Ching had condensed the thunder god's deity heart. The flying boat he brought was one of the demigod-ranked flying boats that Dongbua Shui-ing had plundered from the demonic faction's headquarters. The runes on the flying boat were lightning type. Actually, the arrays on these fast-flying boats were generally lightning type, wind type runes that could increase one's speed. Chao Qing had grasped the thunder god's deity heart and was most proficient in lightning type runes. It could be said that, in terms of speed, not counting Dongbua Shui-ing, he was the fastest person in Xia people. He could reach 250 kilometers per second. After all, lightning-type runes were good at speed. With the help of the flying boat, he could reach a speed of 250 kilometers per second. He was even faster than Uncle Fu and an old thief. Relying on speed and risking his life, Chao Qing luckily passed. Later on, Chao Qing chose the cultivation paradise from Senior Shiwei. After that, there was no more news of him. Now, he had already passed the limit of 3,000 years. Of course, choosing to take the flying boat was purely a matter of luck. Generally, era suppressors wouldn't do this. For example, taking the flying boat, one wouldn't be able to attack outside the boat. Once one was blocked and trapped, such as being completely surrounded by a group of stone statue guards, coming out to fight at that time was practically suicide. Xia people of the past demigods, if they were lucky enough to succeed, they would usually go to the first vine leaf to obtain some treasures. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. I originally wanted to do that, but unfortunately I can't. I need to use the first and second vine leaves. The 5 vine leaves of the sky-reaching vine were even larger than the stars, especially the first 2 giant vine leaves. There are countless fortuitous encounters. Perhaps the Almighty of the realm of the gods wanted to use this opportunity to attract some demigods to the sky-reaching vine and use the fortuitous encounters to unearth the potential of some demigods. I hope to break through to the 3rd stage on the first vine leaf. Dongbua Shui-ing thought to himself. If it doesn't work, then I'll find a place where time flows faster on the 2nd vine leaf. I'd rather be separated from Persei and stay behind to cultivate. I must reach the 3rd stage before I can advance. The 2nd vine leaf. There were places where time flowed slower and places where time flowed faster. If he found a place where time flowed faster, a month would be a day in the outside world. Dongbua Shui-ing wanted to use this kind of environment to cultivate for 10 or 20 years. After all, he had been poisoned by the 6 ghosts' resentment. In theory, he could last for 200 years, but he had only lived for 100 years. As for maintaining his combat strength, he estimated that he could last for another 50 years. Therefore, he would rather cultivate for 10 or 20 years on the 2nd vine leaf to increase his strength. Once he stepped into the 3rd stage of extreme piercing, mirage, and star, there would be a metamorphosis in his strength. As for reaching the peak of the 3rd stage, there wasn't enough time. Reaching the 3rd stage was enough. His strength surpassed that of Persei and Maishin Master. Moreover, at the 3rd stage of the true meaning of mirage, he would be able to switch between his body and mirage avatars like an old thief. At that time, his ability to protect himself would greatly increase. He would also have the confidence to pass through the sky-reaching vine. Dongbua Shui-ing stood there, thinking rapidly. The green-haired woman, Senior Shiwei, shook her head slightly. Little guy, I can't cure you of the poison, but you still have to choose a gift. Why don't you watch Genesis Splitter once? In the God realm, this is very rare. Alternatively, you can choose the Cultivation Paradise. It's a very good place for the guardian disciples of Crimson Rock Mountain to cultivate. It's very beneficial for cultivation. In the God realm, people like Persei and Wu Mahai had generally received good cultivation environments. Maishin Master, Ken Huang, and the others had also exchanged for good cultivation environments in the temporal temple. Only the demigods of the Xia people, few of them chose Genesis Splitter. Most of them chose the Cultivation Paradise. After all, the demigods of the Xia people lived in the mortal world and had never truly cultivated in a good cultivation environment. For them, it was very helpful. I saw that your talent was quite high, so you entered Crimson Rock Mountain. You should be a transcendent of the Xia people's world, right? To be able to create a secret skill, I'm afraid that in the God realm and the abyss, you would have been cured long ago. The green-haired woman, Wei, said, "It's not bad for you to go to the cultivation paradise. It's still too early for you to completely lose control of your voodoo poison. You can definitely enter the cultivation paradise to cultivate for 50 years. Didn't the Xia people have a transcendent who was nearing the end of his lifespan come in 100 years ago? He chose the cultivation paradise and was very lucky to successfully open the deity sea and become a divine spirit." Dongbo Shuiying was completely stunned, his mind blank. Chapter 319. Some readers felt that it was unreasonable to not receive the antidote after passing the basic test. Let me explain. First, when the temporal temple invited Shuiying, they had already hinted that Shuiying would be able to easily pass through the basic trial. Furthermore, it was impossible for the 6 ghosts' resentment, hex poisons, antidote to be included in the trial. Entering the sky-reaching vine would be very dangerous for Dongbo Shuiying. Second, Dongbo Shuiying did not dare say that he had absolute confidence. He only had expectations. Third, the value of the gifts. For 1,000,000 years, a few Xia people would enter the Crimson Rock Mountain every 3,000 years. Over 1,000,000 years, more than 1,000 demigods had passed. Of course, there were some who succeeded. But up until now, the Xia people had not received a single deity weapon from the Crimson Rock Mountain. From this, it could be seen that the value of the gifts was lower than that of a deity weapon. As for the 100 bitter restoration antidote, it was equivalent to giving away a deity weapon. In other words, the two were equivalent in the deity world. And for the true antidote for the 6 ghosts' resentment to be sent down, it would not be enough even if all the ancestors of the Xia people sold their entire fortune. Even in the deity world, the value of the 6 ghosts' resentment antidote far exceeded that of a deity weapon. As mentioned previously, if Dongbo Shuiying was in the deity world, I could easily save him. The Purple Thunder Emperor was from the Bloodshed God Palace and specialized in the Tao of medicine. Being in a favorable position, he could easily ask his superior for help and pay 8 or 10 deity weapons to save Dongbo Shuiying. And sending a deity weapon into the mortal world was far more expensive than 8 or 10 deity weapons. Also, as mentioned earlier, Chunjio's true love died from the voodoo poison. Chunjio was the villa lord of the Flying Sword Villa, and there were 2 deities in the villa who died from the voodoo poison. Hexing poison was a great Tao. The sorcerer god's greatest achievement in the deity realm was researching the 6 ghosts' resentment hexing poison. That was because a hexing poison that could only be created by a peak deity would be a joke. The Purple Thunder Emperor was a member of the Bloodshed God Palace who specialized in the Tao of medicine. Or perhaps Dongbo Shuiying's talent was high, and he was chosen by a major power, and they were willing to pay any price to save him. As for sending the antidote to the mortal world, with Dongbo Shuiying's current talent other than the Temporal Temple, no other superpowers would come to invite him, including the Bloodshed Tavern. The value of an antidote was shockingly high even in the divine world. Therefore, even if all the ancestors of the Xia people, including peak deity-level experts like the Purple Thunder Emperor and the Cloud Sea Emperor, were to donate all their wealth, it would not be enough. All right, combined with the above, does everyone understand now? It was impossible to obtain the antidote for the 6 ghosts' resentment after passing the basic test. Even if the poison was weakened, it still exceeded the value of the gift. Chapter 320. He called Chao-Ching. Dongbo Shuiying quickly regained his senses and asked anxiously, "I don't know about that." The green-haired Wei was shocked. "Why, don't you know that he became a deity? If I'm not wrong, you and him are both from the Xia people." "Yes." Dongbo Shuiying nodded. Following which, Dongbua Shui-ing waved his hand, and heaven and earth energy gathered in front of him, forming an image of Chao Qing. Is it him? Dongbua Shui-ing asked again. Amen, the green-haired Shui nodded. Dongbua Shui-ing's heart was filled with boundless joy. Chao Qing opened his deity, see, and became a deity? That's great, that's really great. Dongbua Shui-ing was incomparably excited. Even if he successfully cured himself of the poison, he wouldn't be this happy. Senior, Chao Qing has become a deity. We, the Xia people, now have a deity. Even if the sorcerer god and the great demon god start a war, we, the Xia people, will finally have the power to resist. Chao Qing didn't die. This was worth celebrating. But becoming a deity was even more worth celebrating. A deity, and one with a grade 4 deity heart. In terms of strength, he might not even be comparable to Dongbua Shui-ing, Percy I, or the lords of Ulan. At most, he would only be close to them. But deities had their own special significance. For example, they could control the Dingjiu battleship. With Senior Chao Qing here, there would be an endless supply of god energy to activate the Dingjiu battleship. Even if the arrays on the battleship were too complicated to fully comprehend, with god energy, the power of the battleship would naturally be different. Dongbua Shui-ing was excited. Senior Shui. Dongbua Shui-ing asked again, did he leave? Or is he still in Crimson Rock Mountain? He left long ago. The green-haired woman, Shui, said, originally he could have trained in the cultivation paradise for 1,000 years. However, as soon as he became a deity, he left the cultivation paradise without staying for long. Furthermore, with his current strength, he would not be able to participate in the deity-level trial. Naturally, after leaving Crimson Rock Mountain, he should have returned to the Xia people. Red Rock Mountain. In fact, other than the demigod-level test, there was also the god-level test. Of course, it had to be a real god, something like the god avatar that was suppressed to the demigod limit. Power couldn't be considered a true god, nor could it be considered a demigod. He left Crimson Rock Mountain and returned to the Xia people? Dongbua Shui-ing was puzzled. When did he become a god? Why are you asking so many questions? Do you have a grudge against him? The green-haired woman, Shui, frowned. She also felt that something was off. Chao Qing had clearly become a god. Could it be that this Xia people brat didn't know? She didn't elaborate further. Dongbua Shui-ing pondered. Senior Chao Qing's lifespan was limited to 3,000 years. He must have ascended to godhood before his lifespan came to an end. In other words, he should have returned to the Xia people tens of years ago. But I've never heard of him returning. When we faced the lords of Ulan's provocations, Senior Chao Qing didn't appear either. Dongbua Shui-ing pondered, but he clearly went out again. Senior Chao Qing has a god's domain. It's impossible for him to die quietly in the Xia people's world. If he released a bit of his godly power, he would have shaken the entire Xia people's world. Then this can only mean one thing. He's deliberately hiding. Dongbua Shui-ing's eyes lit up, revealing a look of joy. Yes, he was hiding. Amongst the Xia people's demigods, there are probably traitors of the demonic faction. In order to hide, Senior Chao Qing didn't tell any transcendents, not even Palace Lord Qin. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded his head. Although Palace Lord Qin is absolutely loyal, his every word and action might be spied on by the traitors in the dark. Only by not telling anyone can it be kept a secret. If it's made public, the sorcerer god and the great demon god will know immediately. They will understand that attacking the Xia people will be very difficult. I'm afraid they would rather wait for 7,000 years and wait for Senior Chao Qing to enter the deity world before attacking. Dongbua Shui-ing understood this point. Even if they don't delay and attack forcefully, I'm afraid that after knowing of Senior Chao Qing's existence, they will be prepared. When it came to the Xia people, the sorcerer god and the great demon god paid the most attention to Dongbua Shui-ing. Chao Qing, on the other hand, was hiding in the dark. Only a hidden killing move would be powerful enough. Hiding in the dark, the initiative is in our hands. Dongbua Shueing was secretly delighted. Senior Chao Qing really can endure. That time when the lords of Ulan and the rest provoked them. Senior Chao Qing actually endured and did not make a move. Compared to the sorcerer god and the great demon god, the lords of Ulan and the rest are just a small problem. Senior Shi Wei. Dongbua Shueing's smile was brilliant. I choose to observe the creation of heaven and earth. At this time, Dongbua Shueing was incomparably relaxed. Previously, he had been under a lot of pressure, worrying about the survival of the entire Xia people. Now that the pressure had lessened, his mood was incomparably good. All right, the green-haired Shi Wei nodded and waved her hand. A spatial ripple enveloped him, and Dongbua Shueing was instantly teleported away. The world of the Xia people. Beside the pure white beach, a wooden boat was drifting. On the wooden boat, an old man dressed in tattered clothes was currently fishing. He seemed to be fishing calmly, but in reality his god's domain was carefully sensing the world around him. The entire mortal world, he could sense any battle that was slightly larger in scale. In terms of sensing ability, as a deity who grasped the god's domain, he was currently the strongest in the mortal world. Of course, the moment a deity's avatar descended, it would be a different story. A deity's avatar was a mighty existence of the world deity level, although its power was suppressed to the limit of a demigod by the entire mortal world. It could only be ranked in the top 3 of the demigod rankings. It couldn't even compare to era suppressors like General Kumeng or Nuo Nuoen. However, the laws of profound mysteries were too profound. Although its power was weak, it could still kill a newly ascended deity. Deities at the level of the lords of Ulan and Dongbua Shueing were similarly killed in front of a deity's avatar. The main reason was that the disparity in the laws of profound mysteries was too great. Fortunately, that brat Snow Eagle was powerful enough to block that demigod from the dark abyss called the Lords of Ulan at the crucial moment. The old man continued fishing. Otherwise, if the Lords of Ulan really wanted to slaughter the entire Xia people, I'm afraid I would have to expose myself. Back then, when the Lords of Ulan destroyed the array of black-white deity mountain and killed Fengdong, the commotion wasn't too exaggerated. However, Chao Qing also sensed it and quickly headed over. He arrived slightly earlier than Dongbua Shueing. Watching from afar, he couldn't help but want to show himself. After all, he couldn't just watch as the countless humans of the Xia people's world were slaughtered. Fortunately, Dongbua Shueing had resolved everything, which made him feel quite gratified. The little guy he had watched grow up was now no weaker than him, who had become a deity. All the teams have gone to Crimson Rock Mountain, including Snow Eagle. I hope that Snow Eagle can cure himself of the voodoo poison and soar to the skies. Although becoming a deity will pose a threat to the sorcerer god and the great demon god, it won't be fatal. If Snow Eagle can become a deity, they'll definitely lose. Chao Qing silently looked forward to Dongbua Shueing soaring to the skies in Crimson Rock Mountain. Within Crimson Rock Mountain, in a secret area, outside the canyon, Dongbua Shueing, Uncle Fu, Persei, Maisha Master, and the others were all waiting outside the canyon. Dongbua Shueing, you're here as well? Persei said in surprise. You've also chosen to create heaven and earth. Why are all of you standing here? Dongbua Shueing asked curiously. We can't go in, Uncle Fu said. We have to take turns to watch the creation of heaven and earth. Wu Ma Hai is currently inside. Once he's done, we'll go in one by one. Dongbua Shueing nodded in understanding. Chapter 321. Persei reacted immediately and asked in a low voice, Dongbua Shueing, did you get poisoned by the hex poison? Passing the most basic test of the floating island, the meteor bridge, would result in a gift, but only a gift. Dongbua Shueing had actually chosen the creation of heaven and earth. What about the antidote? I can't. Dongbua Shui shook his head. Senior Shui said that the six ghosts' resentment is a peak stage deity poison. The antidote is too valuable, far surpassing the value of a gift. But this isn't a primitive hex poison, Persei asked. Even if it's a weakened version, the antidote's value far surpasses the value of a gift. Dongbua Shui shook his head. By the side, the Meishan master, the golden-robed youth Ken Huang, the white-robed girl, and the others all looked at Dongbua Shui. Although they felt some sympathy, they didn't say anything. Hex poison, it's truly terrifying. Persei sighed. His beloved had died from the hex poison, and even his flying sword manor had no way of saving her. Moreover, the six ghosts' resentment is a peak stage deity poison. If it was a primitive hex poison, even a peak stage deity expert would be tormented by it. To seek help, one would have to pay a price far surpassing the value of a top-grade deity weapon. Deity weapons were divided into deity, world deity, and even higher. Weapons like the Sorcerer God's Saber and Senior Snow were considered top-grade deity weapons. Demigods were incapable of activating ordinary top-grade deity weapons. They could only activate low-grade deity weapons. As for the Sorcerer God's Saber and Senior Snow, they both had one thing in common. They were blood-refined deity weapons. The ones that grew alongside their master were all from low-grade deity weapons to top-grade deity weapons. Due to the limitations of the weapon's material, the deity rank was their limit. Because they were blood-refined deity weapons, they could be controlled by demigods. However, the requirement for the soul was extremely high. One needed to be very close to the original owner's soul in order to activate it. Thus, deities that specialize in hex poisons are extremely terrifying in the deity world. Persei said, however, I didn't expect that the Sorcerer God Sword's weaker voodoo poison could not be cured even in Crimson Rock Mountain. After all, it's a peak-level divine level witch poison. The Meishan master spoke up from the side. Haven't you all noticed that the gifts given by Crimson Rock Mountain are actually quite cheap? They aren't even willing to give a single divine artifact. They were all demigod-grade treasures, the extremely valuable, watching the creation of heaven and earth, and the cultivation grotto heaven, won't cause them any loss. Everyone present nodded. Yes, the real treasures given weren't very valuable. The creation of heaven and earth? I'm just taking a look. Cultivation paradise? Cultivating there wouldn't affect the grotto heaven at all. Yes, it's the creation of heaven and earth and the cultivation paradise that attract people. Persei shook his head and smiled. He had to make sure that the demigods were attractive enough. Otherwise, there would be very few who would risk their lives. Back in the deity realm, Crimson Rock Mountain attracted countless demigods. Even deities went. Of course, the deities who went were all peak stage deities. Uncle Fu added from the side. The demigods who came were all peak stage demigods. Naturally, the deities who took the trials were all peak stage deities. You can't blame Crimson Rock Mountain for being stingy. Dongbua Shui said. Countless demigods and even deities went to challenge it. If they paid too many gifts, Crimson Rock Mountain wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Naturally, they had to control the value of the gifts. Only the creation of heaven and earth and the cultivation paradise that don't require much of a price can they be more generous. Everyone present nodded. One demigod would be given a divine artifact. The deity realm was so vast over the course of 100 million years. How many demigods had passed the basic trials? How many divine artifacts did they have to give? That was a terrifying number. The value of the gifts had to be strictly controlled. Dongbua Shui, I didn't expect that even without an antidote he would be so open-minded, said the golden-robed youth Ken Huang. Admirable, admirable. Dongbua Shui smiled but didn't explain. Previously, he had been somewhat anxious and unresigned. However, the matter of Senior Chao Qing becoming a deity had greatly improved his mood and made him feel much more relaxed. Thus, he was able to accept it. One should always look forward and not always rely on luck. Wu Mahai was watching the creation of heaven and earth from within the gorge. An hour later, it was the white-robed girl's turn to enter. Everyone took turns to enter. They were in no rush. Each person was given an hour. Dongbo Shueing was the last to arrive, and so he was at the end of the line. Hua! The gorge, which had been enveloped by an invisible force, suddenly split apart. At this moment, Dongbo Shueing was the only one left outside the gorge. He strode into the gorge. The gorge was silent. It didn't take long. Dongbo Shueing saw a black-robed elder standing in the distance. Young Transcendent. The black-robed elder looked at Dongbo Shueing as he said coldly, "It hasn't been too long since you watched the creation of heaven and earth. Usually, after watching the creation of heaven and earth, you would fall into a state of enlightenment. However, an hour later, I will still teleport you back to Shiwei's side. You must understand this." "Yes, Senior." Dongbo Shueing bowed respectfully. "This is the creation of heaven and earth imprint." The black-robed elder pointed to a cliff by the side of the gorge. Dongbo Shueing turned his head to take a look. There was an invisible force blocking the cliff. But soon after, the invisible force dissipated, revealing a huge crater on the cliff. This crater even had fingerprints. With a single glance, Dongbo Shueing was able to determine that this should be the work of a gigantic finger on the cliff. There's no need to think too much. Just use your mental energy to sense it. The black-robed elder said. Yes. Dongbo Shueing sat down cross-legged, after which his soul energy permeated the area, seeping into the crater. The instant his soul energy touched the crater, Dongbo Shueing saw it. It was a vast and silent void of darkness. Within the void stood a red-haired, red-robed elder. This elder's entire body was like a ball of incomparably dazzling flames. His hair, eyebrows, beard, and even his eyes were fiery red. Just by standing there, the formless pressure he exuded caused the void of darkness to tremble. Even though Dongbo Shueing was able to see, through the imprint, he still felt fear and respect from the bottom of his heart. This red-haired, red-robed elder stretched out his right index finger and pointed towards the void of darkness. His index finger seemed to expand rapidly, filling up one's vision. At the same time, it seemed to be extremely small, penetrating into the deepest part of the void of darkness. Extremity. Dongbo Shueing instantly understood. From this finger he could sense the extremity. The tip of that finger was like an extremity. It represented the end of all things, and also the extreme point of the beginning of all things. With a single point of his finger, the void split apart. Boundless primordial energy of heaven and earth surged, and a world began to gradually expand and take shape. Time and space began to appear in this world. There was also a trace of mysterious undulation that permeated the entire world. Of course, there was also the most dazzling fiery light that enveloped the entire world. The world began to take shape. This was a huge, blazing world. Plants began to grow, and strange insects and beasts began to be born. Although it was a completely different world from the world of the Xia people, there were still many things in that world. Everything ended. Once again, a formless energy appeared on the cliff, blocking Dongbo Shueing's view of the world. Dongbo Shueing sat cross-legged within the canyon. He was completely engrossed in the many fundamental laws of profound mysteries of this world, especially the extreme piercing that he was quite familiar with. That red-haired, red-robed elder had used a single finger to split the heavens and earth. For a moment, countless thoughts appeared in Dongbo Shueing's mind. He couldn't help but wave his finger in front of him. Sometimes his finger would pierce out like a spear, and sometimes he would slap out with his palm. The black-robed elder by the side watched on expressionlessly. He had long gotten used to this. In the deity world, It was unknown how many transcendents and even deities would be engrossed in watching this. In any case, no matter how engrossed they were, once an hour was up, even if he would disturb them, he would still forcefully teleport them away. Chapter 322. Within the canyon, Dongbua Shwe-ing sat cross-legged in front of the cliff. Beside him, the black-robed old man stood there like a withered tree. As time passed, Dongbua Shwe-ing could not help but frown. Damn it! The pain gradually intensified. Before entering the canyon to observe the creation of heaven and earth, Dongbua Shwe-ing had immediately consumed the antidote. However, at this point, Dongbua Shwe-ing had to consume the antidote every 2 hours, even when he was outside. And in Crimson Rock Mountain, in order not to affect his battle, he had to consume the antidote every hour. However, comprehension and battle were two different things. Comprehension required one to be completely immersed in it. As the pain intensified, it still affected Dongbua Shwe-ing. However, Dongbua Shwe-ing was not willing to stop. The creation of heaven and earth was simply too shocking. He had countless ideas in his head, and he wanted to test them out before the light dissipated. This is too mystical. The laws of heaven and earth are actually so vast. What I've comprehended in the past is merely a drop in the ocean. Dongbua Shwe-ing was filled with excitement. In the past, he had never had a master, and he had comprehended everything by himself. However, during the creation of heaven and earth, when a brand new world was formed, all sorts of laws and profound mysteries were manifested. Only then did Dongbua Shwe-ing truly experience the countless laws. Extreme piercing can actually be executed in such a manner. However, compared to the true extreme piercing, it is still far from it. My true intent of star is still too shallow. The mirage is ultimately the mirage. Only a true world is perfect. Dongbua Shwe-ing no longer felt arrogant. He could feel that the gap between them was as wide as the heavens and earth. With a single tap of his finger, he was able to open up a new world. If he had such strength, he would probably be able to destroy a mortal world with a flip of his hand. What would the sorcerer god and the great demon god be capable of? Time's up. A cold voice rang out. Wong. A ripple forcefully enveloped Dongbua Shwe-ing, and like a chick, he was forcefully thrown out of this space. The scene before Dongbua Shwe-ing's eyes blurred. The feeling of forceful teleportation made his body feel uncomfortable, and his mind was spinning. Senior Shi-wei was so gentle when she teleported, but this black-robed old man is so rough. Dongbua, Persei called out. Dongbua Shwe-ing also discovered that he had returned to the bottom of the sky-reaching vine. Beside him were Persei, Uncle Fu, Wumahai, Meishin Master, the golden-robed youth Ken Huang, the black-robed man, and the black-robed girl. Brother Persei. Dongbua Shwe-ing smiled. Being forcefully thrown out must be quite uncomfortable, right? Persei laughed and teased. I'm also very uncomfortable. After being thrown out, I've forgotten most of my original ideas. However, I've gained quite a lot. How do you feel? Astounding, Dongbua Shwe-ing said. That's right, the creation of heaven and earth. This is something that only powerful existences can do. Persei nodded. It would be great if I could see it a few more times. Once. The more times you see it, the weaker the effect will be, Dongbua Shwe-ing said. We're planning to cultivate here for 3 days. After that, we'll start walking up the sky-reaching vine. Persei smiled. It seems like you'll have to come with us. Of course, Dongbua Shwe-ing said. Following which, Dongbua Shwe-ing and the rest of the group of 8 began to cultivate at the foot of the sky-reaching vine. They tried their best to digest the insights they gained earlier, hoping to achieve a breakthrough. Before cultivating, Senior Shi-wei also gave each of them a talisman. Boom! Beneath the sky-reaching vine within the mirage world. After Dongbua Shwe-ing drank the antidote, he started practicing his spear arts. He wasn't willing to let others see him cultivating. The other 7 sat cross-legged and meditated. However, the effect of Dongbua Shuiying's comprehension was weaker. He still had to test his spear arts repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. Dongbua Shuiying's spear was so fast that it left behind countless afterimages. Every time he struck, there would be a black dot at the tip of the spear. His spear arts were much faster than when he first entered the Crimson Rock Mountain. Awesome, awesome. Things are really different after reaching the Stage 3 realm. Dongbua Shuiying revealed an expression of joy. His extreme piercing had broken through to the Stage 3 realm. Buzz! Swish! His spear was like a swimming dragon. Occasionally, countless spear shadows bloomed like snowflakes, and occasionally, it was like a divine dragon swinging its tail. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. I'm still lacking some feeling. Dongbua Shuiying felt slightly regretful. After practicing his spear arts for 3 days straight, he had only broken through his extreme piercing. His star and mirage were still lacking. The Stage 3 realm isn't a big hurdle. I've already broken through my extreme piercing, but my star and mirage are still lacking. Dongbua Shuiying wasn't in a hurry. Let's go. Dongbua Shuiying and the other 7 followed the incomparably thick trunk of the sky-reaching vine and flew upwards rapidly. The trunk of the sky-reaching vine was so thick that the naked eye couldn't see the end of it clearly. There were even countless vines coiling around the trunk. Dongbua Shuiying and the rest were flying close to the trunk. The further away they were from the trunk, the stronger the undercurrent in the dark, starry sky was. This time, they flew for an even longer time. They flew for a total of 9 days. Knowing that there wouldn't be any danger along the way, Dongbua Shuiying controlled himself to drink the antidote every 2 hours. The first vine leaf. Shuiying and the others continued flying upwards, only to feel an unseen obstruction. It was as if there was a layer of barrier blocking them. They looked down at the side. There was an incomparably huge vine leaf growing out of the trunk of the sky-reaching vine. Previously, the countless vines had some very small vine leaves, but they were all very ordinary. But this incomparably large vine leaf was too exaggerated. From afar, the surface area of this vine leaf was probably even larger than the Xia people's world. This sky-reaching vine was truly worthy of being a world deity. Young Transcendence. The green-haired Shiwei appeared on the trunk beside them. Senior Shiwei. Dongbua Shuiying and the rest bowed respectfully. 5 vine leaves. This is the test set by the sacred master for the Transcendence. Shiwei said the earlier ones were too simple. This is the true test. If you pass all of them, you will become an honorary disciple of the sacred master. You will also receive many privileges as an honorary disciple. The 8 of them, including Dongbua Shuiying, were all filled with anticipation. After becoming an honorary disciple, one would be able to obtain some treasures. Among them, there were some that were extremely attractive to world deities. Persei, Wu Mahai, and the lords of Ulan were all sent down for the sake of these treasures. As for the antidote, since they had already become honorary disciples, the antidote should be a small matter. All of you should know the method to pass through the first vine leaf. The green-haired Shiwei pointed at the center of the incomparably huge vine leaf. At the very center, there is a long vine. This long vine is directly connected to the main trunk of the sky-reaching vine. As long as you reach that long vine, you will have succeeded. Then you will be able to follow the long vine to the second vine leaf. However, the entire first vine leaf contains countless fortuitous encounters as well as dangers. Before reaching the long vine, you must be careful. The green-haired Shiwei smiled after finishing. I wish you all good luck. I hope that I will be able to see all of you on the second vine leaf. Shiwei's figure then merged into the main trunk of the sky-reaching vine. We will make a move first, the Meishan master said. Hua. The Mysian master brought the white-robed girl and the black-robed man down, flying towards the huge vine leaf. Ai, the golden-robed youth, Ken Huang, was about to say something, but the Mysian master and the rest had already set off. He then looked at Persei's group. "Brother Persei, shall we go together?" Wu Mahai also turned his head to look at Persei and the rest, squeezing out a smile. "Persei, Dong Bushwang, let's go together."